Hello everybody, welcome on in Antonym, welcome on in Neko, and anyone else who may be watching too. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, specifically Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. Last time we started case number 3, which had us looking at the crazy London World Scientific Fair, and now we are defending a client, kind of. I mean, their invention did in fact kill someone, but for the sake of science, we must prove that it wasn't intentional. You know, there wasn't any intent behind it. It was just an accident. Because if we don't prove it was an accident, then oopsies, all the police get to look at all of their secrets with their teleportation machine, and we can't have that. We hate the government, surely. Hopefully you all are doing very, very well. By your destiny, you shall destroy every last ad. Honestly, so true, Neko. I see no problem with that. In fact, I think that's a great idea. Welcome on in, Arena. Enjoy your bread. Same goes for you, Mystery. Welcome on in. And yeah, I'm looking forward to this. It's finally time for us to get into the case. Or the trial, probably the first of multiple. Last time, it took us 4 freaking hours to get to here, so who knows what's gonna happen this time. Down with the ad empire. Exactly. Endorse the destruction of ads, as you all should. I don't like running mid-rolls, just because I think pre-rolls are the lesser evil, but if I could, while still keeping all of the other benefits of affiliate, I would disable ads. But unfortunately, you know, channel points and all that are part of being affiliate. Zeke's like levels of delusion. What do you mean? We always cheer on Zeke, no matter how delirious he may be. Yeah, I understand, Artie. But thanks for stopping on by. I appreciate it. And have a good rest of your day. Yeah, I don't have any other big announcements other than Halloween 2 days from now, chat. 2 freaking days. I do hope you all look forward to that fun little stream that we're gonna be doing. And the Friday game will not be my regular, like, I'm not starting a big stream series on it. Trick or treat. A little early, Neko. A little early, but you've got the spirit. And of course, this is live stream secret. The bot doesn't see watch streaks. I can fix that. I can totally fix that. You know what? Mystery, now that you've said that, next stream, I'm actually gonna make it so we bot parrots any messages, any watch streak messages, just so the bot watchers don't get left out. I mean, I was considering doing that either way, but now I definitely want to. Oh, you aren't saying that, you're asking which one. Trick, always. Always bamboozle me. Oops, hold on. OBS is having a bit of a stroke right now. It'll probably pass after enough time. Wrong treat. You know what? I appreciate it. I appreciate the treats there, Neko. Very, very kind of you. Unless these are laced with something very unfortunate, but you'd never do that. Why is OBS exploding? I literally checked before stream and it was fine. Maybe it's just, you know, Twitch servers being bad. Because honestly, they've still been pretty cruddy as of recently. Come on, it might be recovering? I'm waiting before we get on into the action. No. What is OBS doing? Alright. I might have to restart stream real quick just because OBS is being stupid and dumb and stupid. Tasty, it's Ice 9 flavored. Oh no. I've been tricked and bamboozled by this treat. Not Ice 9. Oh my gosh. OBS, please. I'm begging you. Alright, hold on, chat. I'm gonna freaking restart OBS real quick and see if that helps. Okay, OBS seems okay now that I've restarted it. So, now, yeah, stream died already. Let's get on into this before we get any more bad omens from OBS. I shall languish in weary solitude until I return. Don't worry, we're back and hopefully OBS will stay with us. I hope. But without any further ado, let us begin the return of the great departed soul. Trial Part 1. October, 8:52 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Oh boy, are you ready, chat? Alright. I can't believe it's been 6 months since I was last allowed to work in court. And now here I am, back at the Old Bailey. Ah, Mr. Nuthodle. Good morning, Professor Hairbrain. I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. The atmospheric pressure in here is off the charts. I never felt anything like it. It's crushing me. I feel it every time I'm here, that gravity. Well, this is Breton's highest court. But are you telling me it's fitted with some kind of device that can actually control air pressure? I think it's probably all in the mind. Ah, yes, well, you won't let me down, will you, Mr. Nuthodle? I'm counting on you in today's trial to save my life! To save the secret of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine from being made public. Don't worry, we'll never let you down, Hairbrain. I have not, Antonym, I believe. Or wait, yes we have. We've seen him. Gosh, OBS, why? OBS is immediately giving up again. If it gets really bad, let me know, chat. We're gonna try to truck on. But yes, we have seen the assistant of whatchamacallit, of Van Zeek. I think OBS hates us, chat. Yes, I understand. I know what I have to do. I have to establish that the explosion 2 days ago was nothing more than an unfortunate accident. Nope. I don't update OBS. I'm multiple major revisions behind, and so I have it set so it doesn't update for a reason. Worst case scenario, it seems like it's hovering around a lower part, so I could technically lower stream quality. But I'd need to restart stream again to do it. When does OBS not hate us? True! OBS loves to hate on all of us. I think this is just one of those days, chat. I don't think it's my internet because it starts off fine. I think it's Twitch. Alright. Hold on. Yes, I know what I have to do. I have to establish... Yeah, okay, I read that. Well, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about, really. Justice will prevail. Commiserations, Mr. Nodhodl. You appear to have been lumbered with a most tiresome case here. Oh, I thought that was Van Zeeks for some reason. Hi, Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, I didn't expect to see you here. That was very mean, Runo, leaving me alone at home with Hurley. Took me at least an hour to wake him. Is it? Are you? Sherlock Sholmes? Indeed, sir, I am he, Sherlock Sholmes. Oh, I've heard all about your exploits, even whilst living in Germany. Ah, yes, Hans magazine is on sale in Germany too. This month's latest installment was sublime. Your deduction in the adventure of Silver Blaze was wonderful. Ah, yes, a memorable case indeed. It concerned a snake, I seem to recall. No, that was the Speckled Band. Well, thank you for coming. I do appreciate your support. Sorry to disappoint you, my dear fellow, but I'm afraid I can't stay. Oh? I've urgent business at Madame Tuspel's. You mean your waxwork job? No, the waxwork abduction, of course. Madame has engaged my services. Ah, so you're trying to get to the bottom of that ransom note, are you? The week's wages depend on it, as the safe return of the waxwork, naturally. As such, I intend to give it my undivided attention. Well, never mind then. I understand. Of course, with my skills of observation and reasoning, resolving the matter will be as easy as a proverbial pie. I shall return forthwith. For until I solve the case, I shall have no money to afford a pie of any description. Oh, then you must absolutely give it to your full attention, Hurley. Quite, Iris, quite. But life is riddled with irony, you know. Whenever I give something my full attention, I have a quite insatiable desire for a pie. One of the universe's intractable mysteries, you might say. Oh, yes, quite, definitely, absolutely, I totally understand. Is someone a little starstruck? I wish you the very best of luck, Professor Hairbrain. Why, thank you. Well, I depart, Mr. Naruhodo. No word in your ear, if you please. What's this about? As you have remarkably little grounding in science, I feel I ought to inform you. As compelling as the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis hypothesis may be, a practical implementation such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibit is quite impossible. But the professor said the demonstration was a success. Yes, it would appear that he fervently believes it was. I've read Professor Bunnybrain's paper on it, about it too, Runo, and I have to say, I'm sure it can't be done. It could barely be done theoretically, let alone practically. So he's completely barking up the wrong tree? But how could an experiment that had no possibility of succeeding in fact succeed? That's contradictory. Was there a second corpse? Was the corpse that was found in the Crystal Tower not, you know, the original? And that's my guess right now so far. And it's that contradiction that will be at the heart of this trial, I've no doubt. What's that supposed to mean? Now I must hurry along. I wish you the best of luck, my dear fellow. See you later, Hurley. Don was just doing a really good impression of Van Zeeks. True. Honestly, Sholmes would practice his Van Ziek's impression. Just to try to startle him on their few encounters. Well, it looks like you're on your own today, Runo. But chin up, you can do it. Oh, what about you, Iris? No, I'm afraid I can't help. I have something I need to do. I see. It's going to be a big surprise for you when you find out what it is. That sounds ominous. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Make your way into the courtroom at once. We're on our way. An experiment that the laws of science say can't possibly succeed. And a scientist who's convinced that it did. That's the riddle you have to unlock here, Ryunosuke. That's the key to this case. So it begins. 23rd of October, 9:10 a.m. Old Bailey courtroom. I still can't believe the coincidence of the fact that when we streamed the game last time, we were playing on the 22nd of October. And it was the 22nd of October. Like, in real life. That was still, like, the craziest coincidence. Silly Wheatley. Insane cases such as that are reserved for Ichikoshi, and we know that. I think you can see the Ichikoshi brain rot. But also, this is Ace Attorney. You never know. Things get unhinged here. Spirit mediums are canonical. Spirit mediums are just an accepted thing that happens in at least the original trilogy, and probably the sequel trilogy too. Wait. I spotted some new jurors, I think? In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare the court to be in session. We are sitting today for the public trial of Professor Albert Hairbrain. By the way, I'll say this now. OBS seems to have recovered for the time being, so if you think there's a lot of stream delay, feel free to refresh stream. That should fix it. I now call upon the counsel for the prosecution and the defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. I'm 6 months out of practice. And what's more? She got Thanos snapped. No! I'm without Sato-san today. Finally, we get to have a round where it's just Van Zieks and Ryunosuke. I'm always all for Ryunosuke, or the main character, not having the assistant sometimes in order to really make him think. Of course, that means there's less to bounce off of, so it makes it harder to write. But finally... As long as logic is half-sound, it can't be Uchikoshi's writing. True. These cases tend to be absurd, but they aren't Uchikoshi levels of absurd. They aren't complex motives. Ugh. Ugh. Is it just my imagination, or does the air in here feel even more oppressive than usual? No, I must say I recollect the victim in this case all too well. Mr. Odie Osman. Mr. Osmond was well known as a financier, though that was merely a front for his diverse criminal activities. It was only a month ago that the man appeared in court prosecuted by you, Lord Van Zieks, but the jury unanimously found him not guilty. Because every member of the jury had been bribed by the sound of it. These powerful London criminals are prepared to go to extreme lengths to keep their freedom. But 2 days ago, on the 21st of October, Mr. Osmond met his end. The work of the Reaper, was it? That is how your lordship would describe divine retribution. But the fact remains that Mr. Osmond's death was a direct result of the actions of the accused, Professor Hairbrain. Very well then. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people. Are the 6 of you ready to fulfill your societal duty? We actually have a new bench of new jurors, I think. I'm most gratified to have been selected to carry out this important civic duty, my lord. You have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly, it sends shivers down my spine. Science experiments, magic conjuring tricks, courtroom trials are nothing more than performances. Why is this dude just Waluigi? He's got the purple, he's got the mustache, he's lanky. This is just Waluigi. Any spurious scholar that defiles the reputation of science deserves to hang. Well, yeah, listen what's said on both sides of the fence, and on that one, that's it, isn't it? Was it like this in my day? Was it like this at all? OBS. What, Twitch, whatever's going on, no. Ay. Also, I guess the case of here is, you know, in the last game we learned that the, I don't remember, the yard dudes, they get, like, no sleep ever. So that probably explains why he's EP. Also, yeah, we got a brand new jury for once. Let's go. That's the police killer Automo lookalike. Again. Oh yeah, that's right. He was EP. He's exhausted as ever, it seems. Now, as I'm sure you are all aware, Vincent we are here to judge today tragically took place at the Great Exhibition shortly after its opening. The death toll could have been far worse. With the exception of the victim, no one was killed. Waluigi would look good in a magician suit. I totally agree with that antonym. I'm surprised that wasn't a Mario Kart Tour alt. I don't even know if he's in Mario Kart Tour. Waluigi's probably in there. Nevertheless, the dream of the science being exhibited rapidly turned into a nightmare for the spectators. A tragic turn of events that as such the eyes of all London, no, the whole world will be on this trial. It is our duty to reach a swift and just conclusion, I feel. So, your opening statement, please, Lord Van Zeeks. At the heart of this instant is technology never before demonstrated anywhere in the world. One of science's latest developments, I take it. The government is keen to capitalize on the great exhibition to improve Britain's technological advantage. The technology being demonstrated by the accused was described as super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. Good lord. It's designed to disassemble human subjects using extremely high voltage electricity and beam them instantly to another location where they are subsequently reassembled. Is such a thing even within the realms of possibility? Well, I don't believe it, that's for sure. Assembling people with electricity? My goodness, how shocking. Ha! The whole idea is absurd. The hypothesis would never stand up to scrutiny. Sir, I believe you are a fellow of the Royal Society, are you not? An expert in your field? I am, and the word on the matter can be considered final. Instantaneous kinesis is poppycock. If this expert and Mr. Sholmes are in agreement, it's impossible. What is the prosecution's view on the matter? Prosecution would assert that the accused's instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a success. What? What rot? Okay, plot twist. He has a vampire costume? Close enough. I guess Nintendo did know how to take advantage of him. Order! Order! Professor's hypothesis is currently under investigation by the British government. If it is deemed to have merit, a substantial research grant would be made available. The accused made use of the invention built on his new hypothesis, taking Mr. Osmond's life in order to be the sole benefactor of the grant. But this disastrous demonstration was no accident. It was carefully designed from the outset to end the life of the victim. Okay, so that's what it was. He's arguing the intent of the machine. So we have to argue, in this case, we have to argue that the machine did not, we have to argue that the purpose of it truly was because the, you know, Mr. Hairbrain did genuinely think it would, do its thing. Thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. Prosecution's stance is clear. But you will now bring forth witnesses to substantiate your claims. Gladly, my lord. Bailiff, show the first witness to the stand. Oh boy. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. I was on duty at the demonstration all day in question and in charge of the following investigation. Albert Hebrighton, scientist. You were born in England, but I've been carrying out research in Germany many years, correct? Yes, that's right. After graduating from university here in Britain, I went to work in Germany and made an amazing discovery, which is what brought me back. I had to demonstrate my incredible hypothesis at the Great Exhibition. What you demonstrated was incredible, all right? An incredible explosion. But the science was a success! The sataneous kinesis worked! Everyone saw it, they must have done! Yes, there's a terrible accident, but the demonstration of my hypothesis was a success! Well, that much is undeniable, as shown in this photograph taken by the forensic investigation team. He's a wax doll, isn't he? No. The one that was in the machine somehow was a wax doll, maybe? And this one's the real corpse that, you know, actually was at the tower where he was killed? I don't know. This was taken inside the Crystal Tower, I take it. The centerpiece of the exhibition, no less. That's right, my lord. Seems the victim rammed straight into it. I see. Very well. Submit the photograph as evidence. A photograph of the victim. Photographic print of the victim taken after he had ostensibly been beamed to the Crystal Tower. Shows an apparent stab wound to the chest. Okay, yeah. Of course, the victim of the incident was Mr. Odie Osmond. There have been a number of allegations made against the man, but putting them aside for the time being, he was the man who financed the research for the experiment and demonstration itself. I see. So to summarize the situation, this defendant is accused of taking the life of the man who funded his work. Would that be correct? Exactly. But couldn't it be that the explosion was caused by some malfunction in the apparatus used for the demonstration? That's right! That must be it! My splendid machine! My poor splendid machine! You saw it yesterday, didn't you? We can't even examine the wreckage thanks to the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. What? The wreckage? The wreckage? That being the case, how can the facts be established? How can it possibly be determined whether this was an accident or a deliberate and malicious act? Extremely simply, my lord. I beg your pardon? Isn't that right? Witness? What? Sorry, me? No, your neighbor. Yes, sir. It was matter plain and simple. Anyone could say that with complete certainty. What? How can he possibly think that? Thank you, Inspector. I think we had better proceed to formal testimony. You'll explain to the court on what ground you claim this experiment to have been a front for murder. Witness testimony. Alright, so he's gonna... Gregson here is gonna say that, you know, science is just... It doesn't allow it. It just isn't something that's possible. So his hypothesis was fundamentally wrong. And then Hairbrain's gonna be... He's gonna have a reaction, and you go to him, and he's gonna go, nuh-uh! The corpse that went crashing through the crystal tower had a broken neck. I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam projection, that's all. That was my mistake. But the post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound. There's a lesion in his chest right where he'd been clearly stabbed by something sharp right in the heart. The victim was killed before he went anywhere, and this fella's the only one who could have done it. I see. That's not what I thought was gonna happen, but... I mean... Do we even have the autopsy report? Yeah, we need the autopsy report. Also, the glass could have gone in there. An extraordinary business. In addition to suffering a broken neck, the victim was stabbed in the heart. Information I would really like to have heard from someone other than the judge. Coroner said death would have been all but instant from a wound like that. You could say, in fact, that the victim was killed twice by the accused. No, and no! That couldn't be further from the truth. Thank you for the hydrate mystery and for the stretch. I have done both. I have here the experiment plan document that is submitted to security team. Victim threw himself inside something called the bird cage, ready to be beamed up instantly. To the second level of the crystal tower, about 25 yards away. The experiment did not go according to plan, however. As the machine was put into operation, there was a large explosion. The blast caused the beam transmitter to point higher than intended. Accordingly, the kinesis resulted in the birdcage materializing in midair, from where it subsequently fell crashing through the glass of the crystal tower's large round window. My word, one assumed the victim's neck was broken upon impact with the tower then. Alright, I'm gonna say this then. So my current hypothesis is that there's a wax version of the dude inside the machine that got evaporated. And then on one of the hot air balloons, it was carrying the bird cage, another version of the bird cage with, the dude in it. The actual dude who had already been killed by this point, and it was dropped at the same time of the explosion to make it look like, you know, the whole instantaneous kinesis thing went. And this is all just a frame job. But, you know, these are all just random, these are just my crackpot theories. Let's see if I'm smarter than the game or not. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. The machine was just all too powerful.
I'm really feeling it.
I am too, I think. I think we got this, Antonym. But honestly, really, I swear, it was just an accident, a terrible accident. Fortunately, that excuse can't save you. No, not considering sharp murder weapon that pierced the victim's heart. Murder weapon? What are you saying? This is the autopsy report submitted by the coroner. Finally! Prosecution would like it entered into court record. Your request is granted, counsel. Autopsy report. The autopsy report of the victim, Mr. Osman. His neck was broken from the impact of a violent fall, and he was stabbed in the chest with a sharp object. Time of death around 2:20. Most likely resulting. Wait. Sharp implement. Hemorrhage of wound to the chest. Wait, the coroner name was there. Courtney Sith. I feel like that name will come up later. I was that person, you know. I saw the whole ludicrous performance. And the only other person on the stage with Mr. Osmond was that disgraceful, excusable scientist. And really, by all accounts, it must have been him. Hard to think otherwise, really. Very well, counsel for the defense. Proceed with the cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord. I need focus here. It's been a while. Affront for murder. Oh, that went crashing the crystal tower had a broken neck. Are you suggesting that because he fell from a considerable height? Exactly, which highlights something else about this whole rum business. What's that? The fact that the instantaneous kinesis itself was a success. After the explosion, the cage with the fell inside suddenly appeared out of nowhere in midair. Although the experiment ended in a disaster, the so-called instantaneous kinesis did actually occur. Remind us, Professor, what was the cause of the fatal disaster? I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam projection, that's all. That was my mistake. Hold it! The angle of projection is critical, is it? And you calculated it yourself, personally. Absolutely! The calculation is far too complicated for anyone but me to carry out. Only, you got it wrong, didn't you? Yes, that's right, that's the point. The calculation is so complicated, even I can make a mistake. Do you fall for that brazen confidence? I should try it. I took into account the subject's height and weight, the wind direction, and ambient temperature. I considered every possible variable, so I just didn't understand how this could have happened. Obviously, then you had to include the weight of the cloak Mr. Osmond was wearing at the time, I suppose? Ah. Crackling comets! The answer should have been 3! So what's for safety first? 3 must be for safety third. Ay. But the post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound. Another fatal injury, you say? That doesn't make any sense. I didn't think I'd have to spell this out, but here we go. Just because there are 2 fatal wounds doesn't mean I'm saying the victim had 2 lives to lose, does it? You're right. Obviously, at first, we thought the bloke had died due to his spine snapping in half as well. But you're saying that's not the case? You'll get your answer once I finish my fish and chips. You don't keep buttoning every few seconds. But you all know that's a bottomless bag. Victim plummeted 30 feet into a glass tower. It would be reasonable to assume that as the cause of death. Y'all got any Undertale? Not this stream, unfortunately, Mystery. You could ask Hairbrain, though. He might be able to come up with a new Undertale redeem explicitly for story streams. Right, that's what we all thought, but it was a red herring, wasn't it? There's a lesion in its chest where he'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp right in the heart. The defense knew nothing of this crucial information. Prosecution received this report from the forensic investigation team only this morning. That was the first we knew of it as well. I can only apologize for the impossibility of informing the defense. Sarcastic and insincere? Thanks. So, what was the nature of this sharp object? Among the accused tools that were in use at the demonstration, one's of particular interest. This. Yes, that appeared to be some kind of... Ah! There he is! My trusty little companion, Andrew! Andrew. Of course. Ah, do you know each other already? He's one of my dear friends, like all of my tools. I've named them all, you know. We're one big happy family. Andrew's my flat-headed screwdriver, of course. His brother Michael is a crosshead. Well, it appears that your beloved Andrew has a red stain on his shank. That isn't... It's blood, beyond all reasonable doubt. No, and that's not all. Long, sharp shape of this Andrew fella is completely consistent with the victim's wound. Oh. What? Order, order! Court will enter this bend if the defendant has evidence. Professor Hairbrain's trusty screwdriver that he's named Andrew. There are traces of blood at the tip and matches shape of the victim's wound. One of Professor Hairbrain's tools is the murder weapon. Great. I've seen this unusually shaped handle before. It's the same screwdriver that is lodged in the grill on the floor of the kinesis machine. Could be important information, so I should definitely make note of it. A screwdriver that is found poking through the grill in the base of what remains in the kinesis machine. It has a very distinctive handle. This is blood, Mr. Osmond's no doubt. This is the problem with looking at murder weapons. Victim was killed before he went anywhere, and this fella's the only one who could have done it. What ground do you have for saying that? Ha! Do you really need to ask? There are only two people on that public experimentation stage in front of the whole crowd. Victim, Mr. Odie Osmond, and the accused, Professor Hairbrain. And we know for certain that before the experiment, the victim was alive. That's right, I saw him with my own eyes. Furthermore, following the explosion in kinesis, nobody went anywhere near the body. In other words, someone else on stage with the victim could have possibly... Only someone else on stage with the victim could possibly have done it. Are you sure about that? Professor Hairbrain, you have some information that may be relevant here. Professor! Oh, sorry! I was just calculating the optimum coefficient of electrolysis to separate molecules in the human body. And the witness stand is the best place for that? Welcome on in, Arub. Enjoy your bread. Seems as though you might have something to say about Inspector Gregson's last remark. Yes, that's right, of course! He just said that nobody else could have done it, didn't he? Yeah, that's right. Who else could have stabbed the victim, eh? I don't know! But there's no way that I could have possibly stabbed Mr. Osmond, as you say. Eh? Explain, please, Professor. Of course, this cold-hearted policeman may not be aware, I suppose. But humans are warm-blooded mammals with blood running continuously through their veins. I had heard. Maniacal laughter is really good. I don't think that's a compliment I ever expected, but honestly, I'm really glad to hear. Then surely, you see, if I'd plunged something in the size of Andrew into the man's chest, the whole stage would have been a bloodbath, no, a blood swimming pool. But thousands of Londoners were watching me at the time. And yet not one of them claims to have seen a swimming pool of blood. Well, no, I suppose not. You see, not one. True. I didn't see anything like that. Hold on, Professor. That is a great counter-argument. Objection! Oh, never mind. Order! I forgive the discourtesy if I save a drop from my hollow chalice to accompany my old friends a ducking. Here's to you, Albert. Oh, you're too kind, Barack. I'm really not a patch on you. No, you're not. No? You've neglected to mention one crucial possibility. That the stabbing was done after the instantaneous kinesis. Which could be moderately... If he says that, that's gonna be insane. I have? A particular situation which every little bleeding would result from a stab wound. Of course. Back to enlighten the court, please. Yes, sir! Where are they going with this? Very well, you'll amend your formal testimony now, Inspector Gregson. The weapon the victim was stabbed with must have been left in his body whilst he's beamed through the air. Well, we know that's wrong because of the grill, but let's press that. Why would you think that, Inspector? Any wound, it's only when you pull the weapon out of that profuse bleeding occurs. Whilst it's still lodged in the body, it acts as stopper of sorts for want of a better word. I see. You don't need a medical degree to be aware of this fact. It's common knowledge for any investigator. Ugh, where's Susada-san when you need her? If you ask me, this bloke masked what he's doing from you with his body before stabbing Osmond in the chest. Then he beamed the victim off the stage with his fainting device to the screwdriver still where he planted it. I would never do such a thing! Not to my precious tools! I'd never use them for such dirty work! You're the tool for the intended purpose! That's common knowledge for any scientist! The fact remains, the lack of blood at scene can be easily explained, as the prosecution has demonstrated. So that's all the testimony I have to work with. I had no idea the victim had been stabbed. That changes everything. Did Van Zieks keep that to himself until now on purpose to gain the advantage? Oh well, I suppose all I can do is press these witnesses for as much information as possible. Obviously, of course. Objection! It's called a brain, it's called a hair brain. You know what? That works pretty well. Nice, very nice Rainbow Road there, Oob. Save that while the weapon remains in the body, there's very little breathing. Or bleeding. Is that unequivocal? Look, there's no blood on the experimentation stage, even though that's where the fellow was stabbed. The only explanation for that is if the screwdriver was still in his body, stopping any heavy bleeding. Common medical knowledge, my learned friend, even on your side of the world. Yes, but about the screwdriver. The thing is, we actually saw it at the scene ourselves, on the experimentation stage. What? It was on the floor by the wreckage of the machine, poking through a metal grill. I went to pick it up, but the detective here stopped me. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, now that you come to mention it, yes. Inspector, are we to understand that you permitted the defense counsel to investigate? That you contravened the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Eh? No, not at all. I wouldn't do that. I just let him look, nothing more. I was very clear it wasn't such a thing. Yes, that's true. The screwdriver was in plain sight on the stage. But it shouldn't have been, should it? Well, what are you getting at? If this tool had still been in the victim's body when the victim was beamed away by the machine, then it shouldn't have been still on the stage. That's right. It should have been beamed across to the Crystal Tower along with Mr. Asman. And been found still lodged in the victim's chest! Ah! Order! How do you explain this, Inspector? Well, I don't... Looks as though everything that the victim had on his person moved with him when he was beamed. The screwdriver was still in his chest when the instantaneous kinesis occurred. Obviously, that should have been beamed to the destination as well! This strange situation. Even though people are saying that this instantaneous kinesis is a scientific impossibility, we're still basing argument on the assumption that it actually did take place. Alright, time to tighten the screws here. My lord, if the prosecution is unable to explain this inconsistency in its argument, we can only conclude that the testimony given in support cannot be relied upon. Lord Van Zieks is stumped. Hello, Hairbrain. Oh no, don't screw us over now. You have something to say, witness? Yes, I knew it. It bears out. The equations hold. Mr. Nanhodo, don't worry. About what? Without delving into details, there's no inconsistency. Are you kidding me? Hairbrain, now is not the time. What? Don't tell me that, like, he finally tuned it so it wouldn't teleport metals or some stupid shit like that. I swear. Even if Andrew had been lodged in Mr. Asmund's chest, my trusty tool wouldn't have moved. Andrew remaining on stage is consistent with my calculations. What? Would seem your illusions have been shattered. Clearly, we should hear the accused's explanation. Or should I say this brilliant scientist's explanation? Man is a paid actor. Oh my god. At least he's honest, but like... He's a genius, but has no grasp of the situation he's in. Just when I found an inconsistency in the prosecution's argument. Scientists. Very well, the defendant will testify again. Faced with the scientific explanation as to why the inconsistency asserted by the defense fails to hold. Are you on my side or on their side, Albert Hairbrain? I'm on the side of science, Mr. Naruhodo. You could never understand my vision. What do you mean that they might actually be able to look at my secrets? Naruhodo, do something! That's how I feel like this is gonna play out. In the name of Apollo, I will, my lord! Witness testimony, then consistency explained. To be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data in my research. My hypothesis states that the kinesis cannot transport metal, though, as the metal weapon would have stayed put. Are you kidding me? It was exactly what I said, you prick. But we already know that's wrong because he has that there, which proves, you know, that wouldn't be teleported. Frankly, you don't think you need to see his vision if it's that cloudy. Yeah, same here. Damn it, Hairbrain. In other words, the point just raised by Ms. Naruhodo isn't an inconsistency at all. Mr. Admin was the patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible. I have a duty to protect the incredible machine that we built together. So, the thrust of your testimony, Professor, is that based upon its hypothesis, metal objects cannot be moved by this method of instantaneous kinesis. In other words, since the screwdriver is made of metal, even if it remained lodged in the victim's chest, its subsequent discovery on stage despite the victim being found elsewhere is not an inconsistency. Therefore, Professor Albert Hairbrain could still have been the killer. My great hypothesis holds, you see. We had to make the cage used to contain subject from wood for that very reason. But not addressing you, witness. Professor Hairbrain. Yes? Whose side are you on here? I don't take sides, Mr. Naruto. No. My only interest lies in upholding my hypothesis. I'm a scientist after all. God damn it. Alright, let's get him the freaking murder guilty out of spite. This wasn't accidental now. Give him the whole manslaughter charge for this. You didn't even remember there's an interaction about the sides. I think you probably did in your subconscious, but also that was just so good. Oh, god damn it. Is he working for us or against us? It's very hard to tell. Yeah, Rube. Despite not remembering, you got very close to the beats of it. Let's see how you cross-examine this testimony, my Nipponese friend. Yes, fire away, Mr. Naruto. We already know the inconsistency, but we're gonna press him anyways. Be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data in my research. And yet your retort to my argument wasn't lacking in confidence in any way. No scientist can find the truth without first finding self-belief. Those were the words of certain scientists I hold in the very highest esteem. But you realize that disproving my argument puts you in a very precarious position, don't you? No scientist should strive to protect himself more than he tried to protect the truth. Well, we're the same great scientists, you know. Words that are causing me a lot of trouble. Who is the scientist? I'm afraid I couldn't tell you, Mr. Naruto. But as soon as I remember the magnificent genius's name, you'll be the first to know. It might be worth keeping the names of your idols to mind. You're wasting your breath, my learned friend. The scatterbrain even forgets my name at times. Lord Van Zieks really did have a friend once. I didn't notice hell freezing over. My hypothesis states the kinesis cannot transport metal, though, and the metal weapon would have stayed put. Your hypothesis states it, so it wasn't proven. So this isn't proven, then. No, of course not. It's merely a hypothesis, but a good one based on thousands of calculations. But it is widely known that metals can't be decomposed by electrolysis. Of course, I am right. My hypothesis is clearly correct. There's a cardboard pipe from Neko, I believe. Hold on. Yeah, there's a cardboard pipe from Neko and one from Mr. E. I believe, yeah. What is it about incriminating himself that makes this man so happy? It's the whole reason that the birdcage is made of wood, you see. Sorry, the birdcage? Yes, that's what I call the sea obtusa cage in which Mr. Osmond was played for the kinesis. Get Moai piped? Oh god. Ah, the jail cell which the victim was detained. It does indeed seem to be made of a timber of some sort. I think you not to refer to it as an instrument of incarceration, your lordship. In short, any weapon lodged in the victim when he is beamed away by instantaneous kinesis would have been left behind on stage if it was made of metal, correct? Yes, that's it. Yes. It all fits perfectly with the mathematical model. What's the ultimate conclusion then? That the defendant alone had the opportunity to inflict this fatal injury on the victim, is it not? Sir, someone beam me out of this nightmare. In other words, the point just raised by Mr. Naruto isn't an inconsistency at all. You seem to be pleased by that. Yes, another example of my hypothesis holding true. But I said some sarcasm, Mr. Naruto. Are you not pleased? Oh. I knew it. At the end of the day, I'm the one responsible for Mr. Osmond losing his life. The advancement of science is no excuse, I know that. No, you're quite right. The court, did you have a close relationship with Mr. Osmond? Oh, well, no, not really. I mean, I'd only met him 2 or 3 times. We only ever discussed my hypothesis and the project and the research grant, of course. Osmond was a patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible. How did you come to know Mr. Osmond in the first place? A year ago now, a small provincial science journal published a little paper about my work. That's a scientific journal? Good gracious, I should need my new spectacles. I might have had an extraordinary hypothesis and great promise, but at the time, I had no money. I had to eat tiny little meals at a tiny little cafe and drink watered down water out of a tiny little glass. But Miss Osmond read paper and came visit me at my tiny little laboratory. I offered you money to fund your work. Exactly, that's exactly what happened. I handled the theoretical side of things, and Mr. Osmond provided me with an engineer for the practical. And the 3 of us produced that fantastic machine together. Who was the 3rd one, though? The machine that you brought to the Great Exhibition to demonstrate. We had to apply the government for some sort of inspection to be allowed to exhibit, I think. I don't understand all that side of things. Mr. Osmond took care of all of it. He was a wonderful man. Really, I owe him everything. The smallest scientific journal you've ever seen. I think it's the smallest scientific journal any of us will have ever seen or ever see. That thing was a baby journal. Now I have a duty to protect the incredible machine that we built together. When you say that you built the machine together, does that mean you were involved in its construction? Hey, Reaper, welcome on in. Yes! Well, not exactly. I'm not good with the practical side of machines myself, so the physical construction was done by an engineer. Little remains of your creation now, though. Following the explosion, repair will no doubt be impossible. Yes, I realize that, but still. If someone were to gather all the broken parts, they could discover secrets of my hypothesis. But Miss Osmond and I toiled over that machine for so long, we put our hearts and souls into it. I have to protect our work. So what's left of the machine must be kept safe. That's only fair, because what happened was an accident. Sugar crash. Oh yeah, you're about to ascend. Or descend, depending on how you end up feeling. Good luck with that, Reaper. That's the extent of the testimony then. Thank goodness for that. I don't want him doing any more damage. He's already basically proven that he could have been the culprit. But it seems that though all he really cares about is defending his hypothesis. Still, I wonder, what if his hypothesis is just fundamentally flawed? Anyways, take that! Sorry, objection, same difference. Professor Hairbrain, you say that according to your hypothesis, nothing made of metal can be beamed by instantaneous kinesis using the machine you made. Is that right? Yes, that's right. Spot on. Exactly correct. In that case, I'd ask you to have a look at this photograph that I've taken at the scene. In particular, I'd like you to pay attention to the victim's face. You can clearly see that Mr. Osmond is wearing a pair of spectacles with a metal rim. What? Metal? No, metal can't. No. Metal? No! You've already established that the proposed murder weapon, the screwdriver, was found on stage. However, if your hypothesis correctly predicted that outcome, it should have also predicted that the metal-rimmed spectacles would have been found inside the same place. Ah! My hypothesis! My hypothesis! Professor Hairbrain, this isn't easy for me to say, but your hypothesis is clearly flawed. Oh, Gregson's gone. I just realized, damn. Order, order, order! Counsel, what's the implication of this? If, on the day in question, the alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place, then it's entirely possible that the victim was killed somewhere other than on the stage. And in that case, someone other than the defendant could have been the culprit. But my hypothesis is sound! I proved it that day the experiment was a success! The experiment was proof of all my work! I could say something here in my capacity as a fellow of the Royal Society. Yes, sir, number 4. Go ahead. As a man of science, there's one thing I simply cannot abide. And that's a fraud who pretend to be a fellow man of science. What? Wait, Scott! Are you suggesting my science is suspect? Just been disproved, hasn't it? In front of all of us. In other words, the whole demonstration was a complete nonsense from start to finish. Believe me, my fellow jurors, when I tell you all that this man is a heel, a bounder, and a fraud. I say the wreckage of that machine should be stripped down and thoroughly examined. No! Never! That machine is the essence of my hypothesis! It's protected by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act! What the devil is that blasted act all about, hey? Who made up such a daft rule? I don't like the way this seems to be going. What's the best way for me to help the professor? Oh no. He'd rather be on side of infinity or generating potato newspapers. True. None of that newfangled science. All he can trust in is his chips. His fish and chips. Well, if we don't like where it's going, we have to raise an objection. Professor Harebrain has yet perfected his invention. That would seem to be the case, yes. But even so what? Going such trouble and expense to create a fake machine to display in public. He would have absolutely no reason to do such a thing. He had an obvious reason to do exactly that. For the research grant money. If the government was foolish enough to have deemed the man's ridiculous notion plausible, he and his conspirators would have received a handsome sum indeed. Conspirators? What would be the value of such a grant? 10 pounds? An order of magnitude out, madame. 500 pounds a year! You could live in handsome on that much for years! The Society's noticed an increase in bogus public demonstrations in the field of science recently, and plenty of scientists arguing with each other to get the largest slice of the fun and cake. People's greed is plenty motive for murder, I assure you. No, I haven't deceived anyone, least of all the government. My hypothesis is sound, the science is sound. Please, you must believe me. No matter how unbelievable this hypothesis may seem to you, ladies and gentlemen, fact remains that the victim was transported instantly to the Crystal Tower. Which means that the experiment was a success. Barack! And therefore, the only person who could possibly have committed this murder is accused. Barack. Where's this heading? I have no idea. My lord, if I may. Yes, Lord Van Zeeks? Prosecution would like to summon new witnesses to the stand. New witnesses? What would be the nature of their involvement? They were spectators of the demonstration at the exhibition who were occupying special seats. Eyewitnesses? Very well, the court grants the prosecution's request. I should very much like to hear from the eyewitnesses to the incident. Prosecution's stance is clear. Oh wait, the prosecution's stance is clear. The experiment was no pastiche. The accused killed the financier victim there on the public stage before the very eyes of the spectators. Now, my learned friend. Yes? It's time for you to make your own stance clear. There's clearly a flaw in the professor's hypothesis. I can definitely see that. But where does that leave me? Shall take a short recess now, during which time the prosecution will prepare its new witnesses to take the stand. As you wish, my lord. Good, in that case, court is adjourned for 20 minutes. Oh boy. This is a to be continued spot. Oh my goodness. This chapter's pacing is all over the place. But you know what? I think I'll take this chance to go on a short break myself. I don't think it'll be as long as my normal breaks, but I've been drinking a lot of water. I want to get a refill on that, and I just think it's a good time to do some general stream care. So, thank you all so much for watching. We'll be back in normally 10-15 minutes, but I'll probably aim for like 5 to 10 or something like that, just to stand up, stretch, rejuvenate ourselves, and when we come back, we are going to see just what else remains with these new witnesses that are being brought in, apparently. Without any further ado, we will be back shortly. We are back. We are ready to continue. On to trial part 2, I assume. Or still part 1. Interesting. 23rd of October, 10:44 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Mr. Nadhodl, what on earth were you playing at just now? Or rather, what on earth were you playing at all along? My hypothesis! My amazing hypothesis! You've been picking holes in it from the start! Sorry about that. But you promised me! You said you'd prove that dreaded explosion was an accident, not murder! You said you'd keep my precious invention from falling into anyone else's hands! But all you've done so far is try to undermine me! Yes, I did make you a promise, you're right. I said that I'd believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end. But I also told you I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis. The fact is, there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there? But if I just run through some more equations, yes, you see, it's because my work is incomplete. Perhaps it is. Nevertheless, man died as a consequence, didn't he? Oh, oh no! You're right. You're so right. You're so right. It's all my fault. I have no right to blame you for my failures. I'm a disaster. Not just as a scientist, but as a human being. Well, that might be a little over the top. And while we're on the subject, what about Barak? He's being awful. Claiming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean? He's a disaster, not just as a prosecutor, but as a human being! Oh, but no, wait. He's a Reaper, isn't he? Perhaps he's not classified as Homo sapiens anymore. Glad that's cleared up. Can I double check something with you? Ah, yes, what? The machine and demonstration you prepared. They were based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume. There was no trickery involved. I drew the plans for the machine with my very own hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn with the firm belief that science is the only future. So yes, it's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet, but please, Mr. Nadhodl, you must believe in it. Alright, Professor. Understand. Counsel, defendant. The prosecution's witnesses are ready to take the stand. Court is about to be in session again. Make your way into the courtroom, please. It all hinges on that demonstration. The professor's hypothesis sound as he claims. Leaves him as the only person who could possibly have killed the victim. But on the other hand, Mr. Sholmes was adamant. A practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. Really, what should I be trying to prove here? Who will be the witnesses this time? Probably Gina's gonna be involved if I were to guess somehow. "23rd of October, 11 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready for the new witnesses to testify?" "Prosecution is ready, my lord." Added the defense, my lord. So, Lord Van Zeeks, I believe these ex-witnesses saw the demonstration on the day in question with their own eyes. Your Honor, may I bring a witness in? Bring in a witness to the stand? Why, yes, Neko. What is this witness? Just who are they? But I see why not. I don't see why not. Man, imagine if we actually saw teleportation by now. I think it's said before, but the world would feel so much smaller. But on the other hand, Earth might feel so much smaller, but the universe might feel all the more vast just because we might be able to use it to see the universe more, which honestly, that would be the raddest part of it all. Being able to go visit, explore other planets using that would be awesome. We did, it's called Sholmes. Sholmes does just manifest himself anywhere. Gosh, if only we had actual rad teleportation. Bring in Schrodinger's cat testify they either know or they don't know. Oh god. Now that would be one hell of a witness. And honestly, that would be a witness Franziska von Karma would call in. And then would whip the cat until it said it did know. Indeed they did. And as luck would have it, one of them is a police detective. So the testimony we are about to hear can be considered highly reliable. Perfect, a detective of all people. Prosecution's stance remains unchanged. Although it ended in tragedy, the demonstration on the day in question was scientifically sound. And consequently, the sole person with opportunity to have committed this act of murder is the only other individual to have been present on the stage at the time, the accused. Thank you, counsel. Prosecution's position is clear, so bring forth your witness now. Bailiff, show the witness in. Witness whose proximity to the incident on the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally. There she is. Although two unknown faces as well. Witness, state your names and occupation for the court to hear. My name is Balthazar Loon. I am the impresario of all the hot air balloons in vicinity of the experimento stage. Chad, hot air balloons are relevant now. I might have cooked with my earlier hypothesis. My name is... Well, go straight to... Oh god. My hypothesis is that the stand-in in the machine itself was a wax copy of the actual dude. And then the real victim, he was being carried by a hot air balloon in the air, in the cage that was then dropped onto the crystal tower. Which would explain the, you know, the thing not actually working, but the corpse moving. That's my crackpot theory, if that sounded cohesive. Actual Italian in the court. Your Honor, I cooked the pizza. God, I don't know how to do an Italian accent that doesn't sound oh so horribly awful. Willem Gottschalk Seisman Ormstein. I've come to see the great exhibition in all the way from my home in Bohemia. This is Luigi. I'm very rich. I don't know. I don't know if I can do a very good Luigi impression, but honestly, that's really funny. Luigi or Mario. Oh my gosh. Back to Gina Lestrade's Golden Yard. I'm great detective. Even Alex Holmes agrees. I was on security duty at the exhibition, and I got up to see. I got to go up in one of them old balloons. It was amazing. Gina, again. But she did mention that she'd seen the disaster from up in a balloon, actually, didn't she? And she clearly loved every minute of it. There are 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were in one such balloon at the time and saw events unfold from the skies above. Make it sound like they were in the clouds. It was only an altitude of circa 60 feet, very low. Well, you can't see nothing if you fly too high, can ya? 60 feet, about 18 meters then. Thank you for your introductions. You'll give your formal testimony to the court. Hot air balloons, blimps, close enough. Welcome back to the Hindenburg disaster. We're getting there. Not quite, though. I need to describe exactly what you witnessed, especially those of you who had a vantage point above the stage. God. Why is this dude over here gonna be the hardest challenge yet? It was an incident terrible. I'm only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. If this huge bang from stage and then the next second another bang in the sky beside us. From amidst the smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere. Cage, it fell from the sky like stone and crashed into the crystal tower. Get a good look inside Cage, but no one went in it. Went near after it crashed in tower. I'm gonna have to take a bit to find my voice for this masked witness. Most extraordinary collective amount, I must say. Can I just clarify something? The detail in witness's testimony that I've not heard any mention of until now. Specifically, that there were 2 explosions. More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places, yes. The demonstration began. The balloon carrying the 2 witnesses was around here. The other balloons in the air nearby at the time, carrying other passengers as well, to be clear. Then, as power was supplied to the machine for the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. The so-called bird cage that contained the victim disappeared from stage a moment later. Second explosion occurred directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witnesses. The bird cage appeared outside of the explosion, subsequently to plummet down into the crystal tower. I was very surprised. Suddenly a cage appeared before my eyes with a person inside. The blast was so what, but I didn't want to miss a scene, so I kept my eyes wide. They really like buying their balloons. I still have lots of money. Precisely who is this curious infant? Waiting for the victim to appear and testify, but they have a fake mustache on and no one can tell. That would happen in an Ace Attorney game. We kind of will get close with, you know, Shelly the Killer. But not entirely. I'm told he's a young noble of Bohemian royalty. Apparently, he disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed into the great exhibition. It could be any one of us. It could be you. It could be me. It could even be... And then the explosion from the machine interrupts it. He's the victim. That would be an Ace Attorney name. That would be Neko as the victim. I'm here in London on sightseeing trip, visit my elementary school. We'll have the benefit of a child point of view and the testimony. Do you really need that? When I remove my mask, this is what I look like. Yes, I see. A delightful face, I'm sure. Everybody says so. Great disguise, then. Pointed the testimony of these witnesses further substantiates facts for the court. Namely, that despite ending in an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. And furthermore, that until the arrival of the police, no one approached the crystal tower where the victim fell. Therefore, only the accused who was with Mr. Osmond on stage could possibly have committed the murder. That would have been Shakespeare if it's actually Shakespeare. In regard to the victim appearing and testifying, but they have fake mustache. Oh yeah, Shakespeare would also do that and just pretend to be Shakespeare. Actual German in court. Yeah. Still gonna take a while to figure out exactly the right accent, but damn, this is a heavy German accent, it seems. But also having them be Italian could work. I don't think we really had an Italian person in this game yet. Yes, thank you, counsel. The prosecution's views on the matter are quite clear. So, the defense's cross-examination now, please. Yes, my lord. Italian, German, oh wait. Oh god, yeah. The Italian on the left. German in the middle, and then Gina on the right. Oh god, help. Help me, chat. That kid's gonna go to art school one day. And they're gonna not be rejected, and they're gonna have a great life. It was an incident, terrible. I'm only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. Oops. Hold it! There are 3 balloons flying above the experimentation stage at the time, I understand. See, all 3 of them, my bellissimi bambini. They are a very popular signal. Some people will pay £10 for one ride. £10? That's more than my annual stipend. £20 a month, that is my pocket money. Girls have all the luck. Yeah, I agree, Rube. Because I've just been thrown into the deep end. Got up there for free. I did. Played the I work for Majesty's Police Guard, you know. Detectives have all the luck. Unless you're Gumshoe. Then that's just L. They're so popular, why would you only be operating such a small number of balloons, though? Because if I have too many in the sky, they could crash into each other. The operators for the balloon were decided by lot, with each operator manning a particular area. See, and the zone above public experimentation stage is the most profitable. The other impresarios, they hate me. Thank you, witness. I think the court has a clear picture of the arrangement for balloon rides at the exhibition. Look, you could also try doing an accent for the balloons, like, you know, whoop, whoop. You're not wrong. Also enjoy your lurk, Rube. Perhaps we could hear more about what you actually witnessed of the incident. Right, I can fill you in there, my lord. There's this huge bang from stage, then next second another bang in the sky behind us. Hold it! Oh. So, you actually saw the accident happen from up in the air? Yup, and it's amazing what a detective gets to do, eh? I'm telling you, Otto, being a lawyer is a mug's game. You should join in force and we can go flying together. You know me so well. Yes, well, anyway, could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think? Everything. We saw everything, because we were up above it all. That dodgy cove climbing into that cage, and that dodgy professor pulling all them levers. And that's when it happened. That's when there's that massive bang and the cage disappeared, just like that. You are describing the moment the subject's body was decomposed by electricity, I believe. I didn't know what would make of it. But then there's another bang right in me ear. I looked around and there was a huge great fireball right next to us in the sky. And then on there before... Excuse me. Um, uh, Master Gotts, does your memory of the day differ? My teacher at elementary school said that fine when you meet someone for the first time. You should always use their full name. Ah, yes, what was it again? William Goldstreet Sigismund Ormstein. Just the 4 names then? The point is, you have something to say. Something to add in response to Detective Gina Lestrade's last remark, perhaps? Oi, get right, Otto! It's Inspector Lestrade! Why does everyone have a problem with how I dress them at this moment? I'm channeling my inner medic from Team Fortress 2 for this. It's my only option. That is not what I saw. Oh? There was a second explosion and it was right side that balloon. That is true. But I'm sure... Which is what I said in it. 1 minute there's nothing there. Next massive explosion. My teacher at elementary school said that when someone else is speaking, you are rude enough to interrupt, you will have the most awful life imaginable. How Bohemians brought out to be so full of joy. Gosh. Just before the second explosion happened next to our balloon, I clearly witnessed a green balloon flying in the sky. A green balloon? Cat, I might have cooked. Eh? You what? I never saw nothing like that. Well, I did. I bought. You can't say I didn't. I will complain to the council. I will cry and scream. My testimony is the truth. I am Bohemian Prince. You cannot say it's a lie. That is not allowed. Playing the bleeding royal card, are ya? Typical. As the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Her Majesty's police. In that case, young man, I must ask you to amend your formal testimony in the interest of cordial national relations between Great Britain and Bohemia. But not the sky that exploded, it was a green balloon that was next to ours at the time. Hold it! A green balloon, you say? Are you sure about that? Of course, I'm sure. I'm a proud Bohemian prince. All these questions are making me boring. I think you mean bored. Ugh, English is very annoying. The language of my countrymen is far superior. Ragazzo, it is very wrong to lie. Lie! Light balloons never explode for the same reason the planets never explode. It is logical. Please tell me that doesn't mean logical. If you insult me, you insult all of Bohemia. But I will have the army come and shoot all of your stupid balloons out to the sky. All of them. Here you are, your highness. If only all international incidents were so easily resolved. Now that peaceful relations have been restored here in the courtroom, perhaps we could return to the testimony. Did you also see the moment that the cage materialized, Mr. Loon? No, I did not see the explosion myself, however. The cage, it fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower. Did you see that actually happen? No, in reality I did not. I saw it after it hit the tower. There's a grand confusion around the stage. I ran to see what happened. I was terrorized by the idea that one of my balloons had crashed. I suppose they are his livelihood. But when I looked up to the sky, all my precious balloons were still there. I saw it though. I saw it slam in tower. After all, I am a detective now. And tell us what you saw, Inspector Lestrade. That's what I like to hear. Well, you like the Queen song? Same thing, I guess. Close enough, Neko. I didn't get a good look inside Cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower. Was it you who gave the order to keep people away? Eh? Dieser order. How could have been me? I was up in Bloom one time. Right. So cause I wasn't available, it was the boss who had to leg it over there. He was getting shoved and kicked all over by the Pankin spectators as he tried to steal off scene. It's a real sight to behold, I can tell ya. Amazing. Poor Inspector Gregson. So anyway, I couldn't see the cage that well cause all the smoke. And I didn't really want to see, to be honest. I scared all out me wits. Keep it together, Inspector. Prosecution really is asserting the demonstration was genuine, but what if it was actually some kind of switch around trick instead? That'd mean that victim was never actually on the stage in the first place. The two explosions would have thrown everyone watching into a panic for sure. I think I need to find out more about what exactly people saw at the time. Oops, I did not mean to press that. Oh no. Objection! Wait, no, I guess that doesn't really work. Yeah, that doesn't work, because really, I want to agree with that statement. Let's go through hers again real. So a hot air balloon exploded. The people... Okay, so no, we didn't have the other thing from before. Makes sense. Welcome on in, Dill. Enjoy your bread. Another bang in the sky. I mean, clearly this has some relevance now, right? Gosh. Yeah. We have to prove the correlation between these two statements, but I don't know if we contradict it. Oh. Objection. I'm sorry to break it to you, but Mr. Loon, in your testimony, you said that all three of the balloons you had operating at the time were undamaged. That is correct. If they had been caught in the explosionist, it would have been terrible. Terrible. I wonder if you might know what this is? Ah, I think it may be. See, part of a balloon. A burnt piece of the fabric of the envelope. Sorry? The envelope. Pardon, that is the large round part of the balloon which becomes filled with hot air. It is made from very thick fabric lined with rubber. You do not want it to rip when you are in the sky. I thought. The piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage. In other words, as Master Gotts testified. A green balloon did indeed explode that day. Eh? Mamma mia! If all the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Loon, then your statement that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence! No! If a balloon exploded that day, why didn't he say anything? Maybe everyone on board was killed. Oh no, just having spent whole £10 for the experience? How awful. It'd be like those things that crash 50% of the time anyway. The instantaneous kinesis did occur, but after the explosion on the stage, the point of materialization shifted to a location occupied by a balloon, causing the balloon to explode. Yes, eminently plausible. An unfortunate traffic accident, as it were, but it changes nothing about the pertinent facts. This I cannot accept! Why not, Mr. Loon? You are suggesting that I am a liar! That person died in a balloon incidente! There's no need to get fired up, Mr. Loon. The victim was a soul fatality that day. That's right, and I prove it. Balthazar Loon is not a liar! There's no such balloon in the sky. It is non-possible. Non-possibile. You're saying it's impossible? Why? This court has more important matters to discuss than the number of balloons that were operating that day. Hey! But we can't ignore the fact that nobody appeared to have known anything about this other balloon until now. My lord, the defense called for further testimony from Mr. Loon. I concur. There's clearly more to the truth here than meets the eye. It is imperative that we clear up the issue of the phantom balloon, I feel. Witness, you will give supplementary testimony about the balloons you were operating at the time. At the exhibition. Ah, grace, my lord. Witness testimony. Mr. Loon's balloon. As I said, Balthazar Loon is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. All three of my balloons were carrying passengers. They fell to the ground in an explosion. What a catastrophe! But you can't get away from the fact that a button-up bit of cloth was found at Scene Canyon. Hope it's a yard reckoning, probably some debris thrown from the explosion on stage. This stupido ragazzo is mistaken. My balloons have a red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. Interesting. So your assertion is that the balloon this child saw was not the one belonging to you. Si, exactamente. If he ever saw the balloon in the first place. I do not like sound of it. It is very, very bad for business. I have a good mind to sue the land of Bohemia. If you attack us, we will fight back. It will be war. All out war. What happened to all out war? Mr. Loon certainly doesn't appear to be lying. But that doesn't change the fact that the testimony and evidence are contradictory here. If the defense is unable to find fault with the witnesses' statements, the court must consider them the truth. Oh wait, sorry, I gotta do the voice. If the defense is unable to find fault with the witnesses' statements, the court must consider them the truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friend. The situation has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes. Counsel, you may now cross-examine the witness. What I said about this balloon is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. You couldn't just have forgotten one, maybe? Signor, I might not notice if I was given 100 lentils and one was missing. But we are talking about 3 enormous balloons. Do you believe I could make a mistake about something so grand and expensive? I took the liberty of having Inspector Gregson check this gentleman's warehouse. The report here clearly says total of 3 balloons. It appears no mistake has been made then. Yeah, but one was blown up. Really, Miss Lestrade could have been sent for such a menial task. Well, me? I'll tell you what I told boss. He said kids like me can only count up 2. Obviously that ain't true, but boss Button said he'd have go himself in that case. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers if they fell to the ground in an explosion. What a catastrophe!
Hold it!
Have we checked the bone? Not the meat on the bone. Be quite a catastrophe if they fell to the ground for any reason, I think. On that note, Mr. Balloon, tell me, what is it that keeps the balloons in the sky? Are you an idiota? Sorry? That is like asking, why does a candle burn bright? It burns bright because it burns bright, and a balloon flies because it flies. What else? That must be Italian for I don't know. 2 types of flying balloons, hot air and gas balloons. Hot air balloons work on the principle of hot air being less dense than cold air. Whereas gas balloons derive their lift by using gas that is lighter than air. Hey, and my balloons are filled with the magic gas, I believe. Hydrogen, lighter than air but highly explosive. Thinking time. Good lord, I do not permit smoking of the cigarettes in any of my balloons. Magic gas is not like fire. Okay, so someone could have used this to remotely pop the hot air balloon and cause an explosion, potentially. Which is why it was discarded on the ground. I mean, it depends, Neko. Because as of now, we don't know of any other... It seems like it was a staged thing, and there weren't necessarily any other victims as far as we know right now. So I don't know if I'd necessarily say it's the blimp incident. Even a small spark of static electricity could cause the entire balloon to explode. What is the matter with you, senor? All that comes out of your mouth is explosion, eh? Explosion, eh? I tell you, my balloons are perfectly safe. They have to be. Oh, I cannot eat. None of my balloons exploded that day, I am completely sure. But if you still say this is what happened, you must show me the proof. Alright, so Mr. Loon had 3 balloons in there that day. If none of them were damaged, then what was the one that exploded? But you can't get away from the fact that burnt up bit of cloth was found at scene, can ya? I was surprised to find out the piece of fabric still at the scene, actually. Didn't you search the area surrounding stage for clues? Nah, nothing picking stuff up around me. I always works that way, but diving in people's pockets instead. So much for the new career path. Mind you, the boat was on his hands and knees picking up all kinds of rubbish from the floor. Thing is though, Gage went crashing into Crystal Tower, didn't it? So that's where we're investigating what's going on. Even so, I would have thought someone from Scotland Yard would have gathered it up as evidence. Oh, listen to you. You stumble across a bit of balloon and suddenly you're the best investigator in the world. Pardon? Oh, you ain't got badge, have ya? Like this one. I could arrest you with this if I wanted to. Couldn't put it past her. Don't think of it. There's talk of some scorching on the ground. I don't mean we had bad investigation. The culprits at the yard reckoned it probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage. There's a considerable damage to the stage and surrounding area, wasn't there? Yeah, some of the wolves were watching the experiment on the blast and injured. Good job the old contraption didn't heal over, eh? I hadn't even considered that. Seemed there's a great panic after the incident occurred. Nevertheless, the police shouldn't have missed a torn piece of envelope from a balloon. Inspector Gregson can expect repercussions. Like me swiping all his fish and chips, eh? Man's sole pleasure. None of this matters. The scrap of balloon envelope means nothing. Niente! This stupid ragazzo has mistaken my balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. You mean the color is wrong? Si, signor. I do not have any green balloons in my warehouse. And yet a piece of green cloth was found at the scene, and it's unmistakably from a balloon. Well, I do not know how that can be. For the sake of argument, let's say a green balloon did explode above stage. You couldn't therefore conclude that happened beyond the day in question. Why not? There have been recreational balloon flights over Hyde Park operating from before the Great Exhibition. One could have exploded sometime on an earlier date. Unfortunate, and I'm sure you'd agree. You believe it may have been from some earlier balloon accident that predates the exhibition? Exactamente, as the signor says, it is not from one of my balloons. Clearly, this little ragazzo from Bohemia is mistaken about what he saw. We'll finish this train of thought. You come to my warehouse, you will see my 3 bellissimi balloons, all present and correct. I've already verified Mr. Loon's annual business reports, and he's had the same number of balloons for a year now. Okay, so that makes sense. Well, as though as ever, Lord Van Zieks, disarmingly so. That case, young boy just imagining things? As I thought, Mr. Loon's testimony just doesn't quite add up. Young Bohemian boy claims to have seen another 4th balloon. But Mr. Loon vehemently denies the possibility. And it's hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that were in the air. Still, this inconsistency must tell us something, I'm sure. No, I didn't mean to press there. Oops. Alright, loop again!
Hold it!
Hold
Excuse
it!
me.
Oh yeah, that's right, excuse me. Is something wrong, Master God? It's Master Wilhelm Großreich Steigsmann Ormstein. It was on the tip of my tongue. Something is very wrong. I know what I saw. There was a green balloon there. I swear it. I swear all over Bohemia. You can speak as much bad language as you like, but it changes nothing. You do not have evidence, ragazzo, then I must tell your parents to punish you, eh? Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishment. Evidence? What is this evidence? Give a simple example, young man. A photograph, for instance, some tangible proof of what you claim. Well, why didn't you say so sooner? I have the photograph here. Oh, good gracious. What? I had not been up in the balloon for a little while, so I was very excited. I took lots and lots of photographs of the Crystal Tower, of the Bohemian exhibit, of the streets of London, of the hot ale cellar, the balloon. And then instantaneous kinesis experiment? Did you take a picture of that? One picture? Really? You did take one? But all I wanted was a ride in a balloon. I was not interested in boring experiments. Never mind that. Can you show us that photograph? Of course, I will let Bill see. You will see that I am not lying. That I really did see a green balloon. This guy's forging documents. That has to be its balloon. I would believe it. Dude's probably committing tax fraud too if he's forged that many. Well, I see you are all too shocked to speak. Yes, I think shocked is indeed the word, young man. Yeah, perhaps you cannot see that with it was a green balloon from this photograph, but it looked unmanned. But that is not my fault! That is the fault of the stupid person who made the camera! Bah! Bah! That is one very bohemian sounding cry. Bah! Bah! Very well, the court will accept this photograph as evidence. Photograph taken by Goss while he's riding a balloon. Shows another balloon that he claimed was green and exploded moments after the shot. But it was still unmanned. Also, look! 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 It was shot. It was shot. I knew it was shot. I knew the crossbow was used to shoot this and cause an explosion. Cries in German. That's literally what it was, especially with Naruto's comment on it. Oh my gosh, that's great. It is not my fault. It's the fault of the person who made the camera. Never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. In any case, when exactly did you take that photograph? Well, it was on the day of the big explosion. Don't say. So the real dude could have been inside the balloon itself? I guess that's what I'm gonna assume. Or maybe the cage never fell. When I pressed this shutter release, there was this very loud bang, and a hot wind rushed over my face. That means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred. Well, if you ask me, this black and white photograph changes nothing. Not likely he'd suffocate. I mean, he could have been dead by that point. My assumption is that the dude, the murder victim, had already been killed by this point. He'd already been stabbed and dead. So I don't think suffocation would exactly be a problem in this case. Also, welcome on in, Astro Dude. Nice see ya. I could not give the flying pig. Lovely language you picked up. As I thought, Magellan testimony just doesn't quite add up. Okay, yeah, we've done all this. Okay, so we already have this here. I mean, all three of my balloons were carrying passengers. Objection! Fortunately, the photograph Master Goss can't tell us the color of the balloon. But it can tell us something else, something crucially important. What? It shows that the pictured balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. My goodness, you're right. But surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers. There would be no sense in it otherwise. See, they are for pleasure, for seeing the view. My balloons only fly with passengers. Which tells us that the pictured balloon isn't one of them. So when the incident occurred that day, there was a fourth balloon in the skies above the experimentation stage. The mysterious green balloon. I know nothing. Niente! I can only tell you one thing. If this balloon was not carrying passengers, then it was not one of mine. Makes enough sense.
Objection!
Illegal tradesmen everywhere you care to look. Clearly, one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition and meant to operate a balloon flights on with a balloon patch without him realizing. See, the competition is trying to steal my profits. And not noticed because of the experimento that went wrong on the stage. This fourth balloon exploded at the very same moment Mr. Osmond was beamed from the stage below. Well, so them scraps that fell to the ground after and left them scorch marks didn't come from the stage at all. It was bits of the balloon raining down. But because no one was in it, it didn't get no attention. Mysterious fourth balloon carrying no passengers, silently floating over the experimentation stage. You think he's full of hot air? At this point, I'm kind of 50-50. Who knows how much involvement he has? This photograph shows us nothing more. Stray balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue trader. Clearly, that had nothing to do with the case. Its relevance does elude me, I must say. This court has seen sufficient evidence and heard ample testimony already. Prosecution calls for the trial to be concluded. But there's still more. There's still the burning arrow that was shot from the crowd. Thank you for the stretch. And for the hydrate. Really? Have you really got the truth yet? No, I can't let this opportunity slip away. The jurors' minds are made up and not in our favor. What else can this photograph tell us? Is there nothing we can learn from it? There is more!
Objection!
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait, please don't give your decisions yet. The photograph from Master Gotts may well be hiding one more vital clue. What's that? A vital clue.
Objection!
We're well past the point of mere possibilities. Time for definitive now, so to the court. What exactly does this alleged clue and photograph prove? Cause of the explosion! We can reasonably assume that the pictured balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion. Duh! That's right, duh! It was not my fault! Evidently, because a bird cage from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying. And the balloon, being filled with flammable hydrogen, instantly and explosively ignited. Oh, that's not what happened. What? I mean, you're not wrong, Neko. It probably wasn't fire, but you can see there's something weird going on with that arrow there. It's not just a normal arrow, most likely. Although maybe even a normal arrow could have taken the shot. It would appear that this photograph requires closer explanation. Counsel for the defense, you will highlight the location of this alleged clue in the photograph for the court. Of course, my lord. If you look closely, it's plain enough to see, and what's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have. In a way, that leads to an unbelievable conclusion. The clue that heavily suggests the real reason the balloon exploded is right here! The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous. It's a magic arrow. Just like the magic gas. It works. I mean, the thing is, Neko, is they said before that even a bit of static electricity could cause the entire thing to erupt. Even if it was a regular arrow, it hitting the outside layer would probably be enough to cause the spark. Magic missile. No. Oh, wrong magic. So it's an arrow with a battery. Kind of, except the battery is made up via friction or something like that. Guided by the power of God. I wonder what godly forces could be at play to give all of these defense lawyers the roughest time of their lives in the Eastern universe. If you look, you'll notice there's a bright white line that appears to point directly at the balloon. Most likely a ray of light caught incidentally on the film. Afraid I can't see nothing of the sort. If you look with the magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what the nature of this bright line really is. Goodness, what is that? Undeniably some flash of light, yes. Oh golly, do you think it might be lightning? But it couldn't have been a finer day. I believe we may be looking at fire. A bolt of fire heading straight for the balloon like an arrow. Indeed, even to my aging eyes, it would appear to be a flame of some sort. By word, are you suggesting this flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon?
Objection!
That's absurd. The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. No flame could probably have reached such a height. Actually, it's my opinion that a particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals how that is exactly what happened. What evidence? If such evidence exists, counsel, then for goodness sake, present it, man. Which evidence explains this mysterious streak of flame that appeared to be headed directly for the balloon? Our crossbow! This was found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the scene. Good lord, that's a crossbow. An arrow dipped in oil and sunlight could have been shot from this weapon, sending a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon. Are you suggesting that crossbow was used too deliberately? Blimey, you're right! That streak of light in photo looks just like an arrow, done it? And the explosion of the balloon, it was very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow igniting the hydrogen gas inside it. No! Order! Counsel, this is an extraordinary supposition. If the aim was to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter could have used a gun, of course. However, there's an obvious reason why that would have been out of the question. The noise. The noise of the discharge, of course. That's right. By using crossbow, the projectile could be fired at the balloon silently. Well, yeah, if someone had a gun in the exhibit ground, it will cause a real panic. But with the big explosion, there's a very big panic anyway, no? I don't like this. Should be pleased to have found plausible new explanation for this, but something feels wrong.
Objection!
You understand the implications of what you're saying, my Nipponese friend. If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, then obviously it would have exploded. And if the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued... Wait a minute! What you're really insane here. We're about to prove that it wasn't a success. I get it. What the birdcage beamed up in the sky after all, or what? My goodness me! Seems like it's a dishy sure up hot air and then hot air balloon and doesn't have long-term consequences of the future of travel in the Ace Attorney universe. Aw, there'd be no problems with this. This would never have any repercussions. Ah, now I understand. That's what this sinking feeling is about. I think there's a good chance that the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along. What? Did I just hear that correctly, counsel? There's no going back now. The horse has bolted. Let's assume, as I said, that the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. On stage, when the experiment was started, the birdcage and the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of the spectators to the sky above their heads. From amid the smoke, a hidden birdcage then appeared to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. I think you'll all agree it's entirely possible that what I've just described is the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out that day. I'm so big-brained. My Musume reference with the horse has bolted. Damn, they have gotcha even in the Victorian era. But yeah, ooh. Oh my god, not the freaking Poggers emote that looks like the Ace Attorney judge. Oh wait, the 8-bit drummer?
Objection!
Based sub? This is ludicrous. What you've described is no science experiment. It's child's play, contemptible display of sage magic. Both Mr. Sholmes and I said that the experiment was a scientific impossibility. In which case, this is the only way to explain what happened that day. And in any case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage in Crystal Tower. The instantaneous kinesis didn't take place. How do you explain that? If I may put into a word, as a man of magic myself, such an apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by some simple deception. You're number 3. Sorry, I haven't practiced my Waluigi voice ever. All that would be needed is a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Osman, and having this other man appear on stage in front of the show as a body double. Yes, of course. So, in fact, Mr. Osman must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed inside the balloon right from the start. That balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Anything it inside it would have been scattered to the full wind when it exploded. No one would ever have embarked on such a risky venture. Not necessarily. The explosive force of balloon gas would very much depend on the mixture ratio. You're number 4. Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but the mixture of other gases such as helium as well. Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered. Mixture ratio. Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns that would be unavoidable, but not such an extent that to render this whole obscene charade impossible. Can't believe that jurors are actually real people's brains they use. This is the actual, smartest jury yet, I think. Which isn't saying much, but yeah, they're actually, valid members of society. Everything that happened can be explained logically and scientifically. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It was all part of an elaborate deception to make it appear that instantaneous kinesis had occurred. Well, goodness me. If we accept that this is what happened, it means that the victim, Mr. Osman, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with. In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant who was on stage in full view the entire time. This will be very hard for the prosecution counter. Lord Von Zieks can't credibly maintain the Professor Hairbrain is a suspect now. Objection! Is Hairbrain gonna call it out now? We're gonna fight Hairbrain, yep. Naruhodo, I appreciate your efforts. Thank you. Professor? But you can stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please. Sorry? What's all this about, Mr. Hairbrain? I, Albert Hairbrain, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. Odie Osman. Yes, it was me with my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver. Oh no. He's saying this in order to try to say that the experiment still worked. He's willing to take the fall of the murder in order to try to prove his science real. For the name of science, god damn it. What are you doing? Order! Defendant explained the sudden confession. Professor Hairbrain, what are you talking about? It's what I've said all along. I must protect my hypothesis and my precious machine. You stand there and claim it was all a trick. An elaborate prank. But where's your proof? No, you'd have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it, but then it would all be over. My beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, the indignity of it. You're like the defendant dynamic. They're judgmental to us, but not because they're dumb or anything. They just like science. He is putting another cause in front of himself and is actively working against his own and our own best interests. It's not some... It really irritates me, but that's also exactly the point. So that's not like a problem. But my god, I wanna deck him for this. Alden Indian vs. Clement from Pokemon. Or Clement's ancestor. I mean... we are adjacent to France, vaguely. Truly, Neko. It's quite conceivable that you were duped, Professor. If you'll just let me, I can prove Baroque. Yes. I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say. I swear it. So please, ensure the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act is adhered to and protect my creation. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollow chalice at this critical juncture. Here's to my Nipponese friend. And his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in the light of the accused's confession. You intend formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick. Because the moment you do, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act that protects the professor's invention will cease to apply. Prosecution will then demand a rigorous examination of the machine involved in order to establish the truth. However, if you acknowledge that the machine is genuine and instrumental in victim's murder, any chance of investigating will be crushed, and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved. Well, counsel, what is the defense's official position on the matter? What Professor Harebrain, my client, actually asked of me, but to prove that the explosion on stage was an accident and to protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. But there's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence, but I uphold my client's request, but seem condemned. Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust. You've been silent long enough. Isn't talking your trade, my learned friend? Or has all knowledge of English escaped your confused Nipponese mind? It's a Naruhodo. There's no escape here. I have to make a choice. But it's an impossible one. I have to give up on something. But what? The defense searched. The defendant's instantaneous kinesis machine was in fact. You know, we were made to promise something. But at the end of the day, if Ace Attorney, Justice for All, Trial number 4 taught me anything, then we need to see the truth to the end. Ah! Gosh. Do I let him continue living in his world of fancies, or do I act as a defense lawyer I am and prove he is not the murderer? Like, really? Yeah, there wasn't really any choice. Gosh. No, I can't say it. My client places faith in me. I can't just let him down. What I must give up on is not the question you have to ask yourself here. Hello, Sholmes. It's what can I protect? Wait. What? What? I thought it was gonna be a freaking Sholmes jump scare. What the? Huh? What I must give up on is not the question you have to ask yourself here. It's what can I protect? Hello again, Mr. Naruhodo. It's been far too long. Susanoo-san! But what are you? Ah! Oh my god. It's been a while. Ah! My first Susanoo takedown in 6 months. There'll be time to talk later, Mr. Naruto. For now, we must concentrate on the task at hand. Which is working out not what I have to give up on, but what I can protect. The jump scares the fact that it's not Chom's the one jump scaring. Evidently so. But hey, it's nice to have Sasato. I'm sad. I wanted Sholmes to be our assistant for some time. I actually really wanted that. Having Sholmes be our judiciary assistant would have gone so hard, but oh well. Devlin, and boy are her arms tired. I think she's just getting warmed up, Antonym. Professor Hairbrain. So you'd be being a waxwork somewhere. Tragic. Yes. Yesterday you told me that science is the pursuit of truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too. Yes, of course. And personally, I believe you didn't stop Mr. Osman. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? That your experiment and the machine you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind that is what we must both pursue now. So you finally opened your eyes. What? And as for you, Albert, you can't ignore this any longer. Having heard my learned friend's assertion, don't you have something to say? Rock. Lord Van Zeeks. Gosh, I've never heard him speak that way before. In truth, there's one thing. Something that I've remembered that's of relevance. What? On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding that crossbow. I beg your pardon? Professor! Didn't the man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like? Taller than me, and thinner than me, with straight hair, straighter and whiter than mine. Let me see, one less length than me too. A monocle, rather stylish black monocle. But one thing in particular will help positively identify the man. You see, you know him very well. After all, he's the engineer who built my invention. What? He built the machine? Caster? No, not Caster. That's right. Zadman introduced him to me a year ago. He's a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. Enoch Drebber? Close enough. I could see it. Unfortunately, I could. This name means something. Members of the jury seem flustered. Not to name any scientist wishes here. That man's an abomination. Not a name any conjurer wishes to hear either. Where on earth is he? I'm afraid this isn't the first tale of this nature that I've heard in scientific circles in connection with that name. There's talk of other flamboyant experiments that turn out to be nothing but stage trickery in the end. Obviously, the rascal is after the government's research grant money. When the magicians are in need of money, I have heard of them resorting to these underhanded tactics. Some acquaintances of mine with experience of such things have mentioned Enoch Drebber's name before. Man is both an engineer and a magician. Yes, we're dealing with an unparalleled confident trickster here. That's Enoch Drebber for ya. Oh boy. Enoch Drebber and the world goes wild. That's literally what happened. So it's true then. My invention. My great machine. It was just a grand delusion. Considering what we just heard about Mr. Drebber's character, I'm sorry to say that it sounds increasingly likely. Even though no one else believed it, I wanted to. I wanted to believe that that machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted. Which is why you were so opposed to it being investigated, I presume. I knew that if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen, but at the same time, I knew that if it was found to be nothing more than a trick, than a work of deception, then everything I worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. I was terrified at the prospect. So, you really had no idea then, did you? About the true nature of the machine that was built, and the true nature of Mr. Drebber. I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it. Certainly possible that Mr. Osman and Mr. Drebber were working together to use you as a means of fraudulently acquiring the research grant money. Right, that's why I mentioned to the crowd that day. It was the finest moment of my career. I pulled all the levers and turned all the dials in exactly the way Drebber had described. When smoke suddenly started billowing out, I panicked. I didn't know what was happening. But I really don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything anymore. Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. You now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Yes. Please go ahead. I'm very, very sorry. Oh, so very sorry. It will appear that we shall have to suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now. Lord Van Zeeks? My lord, the court has newly been made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is crucial. Yes, Mr. Drebber. Gather information about the man. If possible, I should like him served with the subpoena. With pleasure, my lord. Now, counsel for the defense. Yes, my lord. When we reconvene, I shall be looking for one thing and one thing alone from you. Evidence that the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he presently stands accused. Understand. Good. In that case, this court is adjourned until tomorrow morning. This trial is so freaking damn long. 23rd of October, 1:36 p.m. The Old Bailey, the defendant's antechamber. It's an Naruto. Yes? I'm so sorry. I was wrong. You were right. I tricked you. You trusted me. I dragged you into my mess. Oh, how did it ever come to this? I'm so sorry. Did you really have no idea, Professor? About what Mr. Drebber was really up to, I mean? About what he is really constructing? Naturally. That machine was the embodiment of my hypothesis of all my hopes and dreams. I had complete faith in it. Alright, in that case I won't say any more. Sadly, the murder accusation against you still stands. We must do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow. Well, thank you for doing so much for me. Hi, Susato. What are you doing? I'm so sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruhodo. Arriving late. Oh, was this Iris's present or gift? Did you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I'd arrive. Postcard? What postcard? I hid it from you, Runo, so it would be a surprise. Oh. Well, did it work? I surprised, alright. Especially when she threw me to the ground. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I'm just so happy to see you again that it sort of slipped out. We could stick to a more traditional display of emotion in the future. Dizzy's training was late into London, Victoria. Train was late into London, Victoria this morning, you see. But we made the coachman really whip the horses hard so she didn't miss the whole trial. I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself. Well, I'm glad you didn't. Having you at my side in court gives me strength I need to win. So, I'm, delighted to see you back in London. Oh, you're too kind, Mr. Nadhoro. I'm delighted to be here. I hope I can continue to be of service to you. Of course. So, what brought you back? Did Professor Mikotoba not protest? Let's save all that conversation for when we're back at home, shall we? You know, I've made one of my most special blends ever for this special occasion. Oh, Iris, how wonderful. I can't wait. Sada-san was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time. But despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. VLR. This game in general is really long compared to other cases. The case 3s and all other games. The only one that comes close is Investigations 2. Ay, ay, ay. Well, with that, time for another break. So thank you all so much for watching. I'll be gone for 10-15ish minutes. That's usually how long it is. While I'm waiting, the match will play, but those are just good rid of pre-rolls and you won't be missing any action. So I appreciate the understanding, and when we come back, we'll be continuing right on to Investigation Part 2. I'm about halfway through. My freaking goodness. That's not a surprise, but damn. Looking forward to what it has to offer, though. Bye-bye! We are back. We are ready to continue into the investigation part 2. 23rd of October, 2:41 p.m. Naruto's legal consultancy. Oh, this room. It's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. And it's been some 6 months, hasn't it? That's a long time for things to stay so familiar. I didn't know when you might return, and I wanted everything to be as you'd left it. But it has been some 6 months, it's true. So is your father alright, Susie? What happened? My father? Yes, Professor Mikotoba. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why you went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received saying he'd fallen ill with very high fever for some unknown reason. Yeah, Susato the goat, making sure she can use all the metal pipes as she needs. That's right, so I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised, but happy. I think I wrote about it in my letter to you, that it was all a trick. My father's in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that. Well, we're all delighted to have you back. It's quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually, because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium. There we go, yeah. The International Forensic, that same symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned. Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. Must tell us everything that happened while you're back in Japan. Yes, of course, I shall. And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About, you know who. About Kazuma. I know. I'll tell you all that I can. Looking back, that spade's been in here since we first moved in, hasn't it? I'm sure I've told you before, Mr. Naruto. It's not a spade, it's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging, that's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. No, spades are for digging, that's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel. The great spade shovel war rages on. You have water so gently boiling on the stove, I see. Some arguments never die. Spades, shovels, ladder, stepladder, they go on ad infinitum. And that's what makes them so great. It feels wrong somehow if I can't hear the water bubbling anyway. Can't hear the bubble. Blah. It feels wrong somehow if I can't hear the water bubbling away. And we have plenty of logs. It's not like we have to worry about paying for gas. It's important to open the window for fresh air when the fire's burning, though. You can't keep it closed just because it's cold outside. It could be a matter of life and death. Avoiding freezing winter air is a matter of life and death too, if you ask me. Oh well, perhaps a nice cup of tea will warm you up later. Oh, I'm so looking forward to making you some tea again, Mr. Naruto. Which you'd think I wouldn't like, given that I'm not keen on bitter flavors. But it is Susato-san's tea, and it's amazing with what little cake or something on the side can do. I would dearly love to serve you some sort of Japanese sweet alongside your matcha green tea. But I suppose that's simply not possible given how long we've been staying here in London. Well, I do like the little chocolates you put with my tea. They go wonderfully. Oh, Mr. Naruto, you would, wouldn't you? That'd give me a warm glow inside for some reason. See, I've been keeping my desk beautifully covered in papers as always. You really must tidy it all up, Mr. Naruto. No more excuses. But, Mrs. Sato, the way I see it, all these papers building up on my desk like this are a reminder of my wonderfully diverse daily life. I like to leave them as they are, so I never forget how lucky I am to have such varied experiences. In that case, should definitely have a thorough tidy. Then you'll be able to see your papers building up all over again and feel that joy renewed. You can't beat her in an argument, even though I'm the lawyer here. I see your daughter still only has one eye filled in. Well, we agreed that it's something we do together, didn't we? You could do it right now. I'd be happy with that. I rather like the anticipation, I think, Mr. Naruhodo. You can only fill it in once after all. Hi there. Just conveniently hidden off screen. I left your desk completely untouched, Miss Sada, so it'd be ready for you whenever you returned. It's beautifully clean. There isn't a speck of dust on it anywhere. You've been cleaning in my absence, Mr. Naruhodo. Whatever next? Well, I couldn't allow my great assistant just sit there gathering dust, could I? It really is exactly as it was when I left. I'm so touched. But sadly, your desk is also exactly the way it was too. Well, that's how it should be after all. Oh dear, I'd forgotten how that clean-cut smile can be so disarming. The room through there should be exactly as you left it. I've still never been inside, never been invited. Of course not, only Iris is allowed in my room. No doubt I'll be hearing you two giggling away in there again then. I'm so pleased to see all our sea creatures doing so well in the aquarium. Yes, the prawns are still swimming and the anemones are still swaying, and it seems even the aquarium itself is still dancing. Obviously, I've been looking after them carefully. At first, I used to drool whenever I looked at those juicy prawns, but not anymore. They're like part of the family now. I don't suppose they'll ever know how close they were to meeting their maker. It must be about a year ago now. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. About one of Hurley's greatest exploits. I called it The Hound of the Baskervilles. And we still don't know why Cisato knows that. But then Mr. Schoen forbade you from publishing it. And put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it. Those are very silly twin drills. They really are. They kind of remind me of Tedo's. Also, welcome on in, Nui. So nobody knows anything about it apart from Hurley and I. But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie? Oh, it sounds so exciting, The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. And you wouldn't tell me how you'd come to know it. Yes, but I made you a promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time. Finally! I'm only sorry I've had to keep it from you for so long, Iris. It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before he left Japan at clearing Father's study, and I saw something on his writing desk. A large box of papers. There's a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, The Hound of the Baskervilles. What? My Baskerville story. Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time, but Father came in and... Cisato, what are you doing? But Father! You look at those papers. No, I simply read the label, that's all. Well, put it out of your mind. Sorry. Forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anybody else about this. Do you understand? Oh boy. But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan? I have no idea. But when I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Storm's exploits. Shadows are very bouncy, but this lashes look like Arby's curly fries. They do, though. Never gonna be able to unsee that, Nui. Yeah, both are very fun. But that is insane. And of course, hopefully you're doing well, Nui. And thank you for cursing me with this knowledge. When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions. And there's no sign of the big box in his office. That's really all I know about it. I've no doubt that Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie. You're still taking good care of that armband, I see. I'm so pleased. Should you want to eat Arby's now? Honestly, I kinda do too. It's been a while. They can have some really good food, albeit very, very sloppy food. But it's good food, so it's worth it. Well, yes, it feels like I wouldn't be me without it now, to be honest. Oh dear. There seems to be a thread coming loose just there, look. I'd be only too happy to mend it for you, Mr. Naruto. Oh, thank you. I must have scraped it against something again. I'm always doing that. Then take better care of it, please. It was all going so well until I ruined it. About this paper, Mr. Sato. Yes, it's all about the great exhibition. I've been dreaming about it, you know. I'm sorry that you were going to miss it when you were called back to Japan. So was I. I felt desperately unlucky. But here I am, back in London while it's underway. It's a dream come true. Perhaps you're not as unlucky as you thought then. Once we've helped Professor Hairbrain out of this terrible situation, we should all explore it together. And of course, we must invite the Professor's good friend, Lord Van Zieks, as well. Her luck might not stretch that far. This was used to shoot down the balloon, wasn't it? Yes, with a flaming arrow. It's quite a formidable weapon. Quite accomplished with a longbow myself, you know. No, really? If you were to balance an apple on your head, Mr. Naruto, I'm quite confident I could hit it from a good 50 meters away. Quite confident, you say? Does that one necessarily have to be on my head? And every once in a while ain't bad. Yeah, I mean, that's a good lesson for most things. Well, it's all fine in moderation. But damn, it's been a while. Misato, do you see this? You have such great expectation in your eyes, Mr. Naruto, but I'm afraid nothing particularly useful comes to mind at all. Oh, sorry. I'm not sure what I was expecting, really. Alright, we gotta check everything. Hello, Andrew. I mean, we improved the gambling and moderation because that's part of the concept of everything. I mean, by definition, if someone really, really likes to gamble, then I would in fact say all is good in moderation. Like, if I knew I could not convince them to stop, I would at least try to convince them to keep it in moderation. But you just shouldn't gamble. Another 72 Musume. You could buy a whole video game with that. No. Or groceries. Or anything else. Just a little murder every once in a while. I mean, serial killers gotta justify it somehow. Who am I kidding? Serial killers don't justify it by saying, okay, just, I've waited a couple months. Let me, I think I've earned another kill real quick. No, they don't do that. Close enough though. Oguri calf come home. Oh no. I've converted every cell in your body into chlorophyll. You don't need groceries. I mean, at that point, that's just optimal. I can't say anything about that there. But $70 on gambling. A bit of murder as a small treat. I mean, some serial killers probably would say that. Miss Sada, do you see this? Yep, she does. Oh my gosh. When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely. The awful trial? Oh yes, for the murder of Giselle Brett. Oh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Oh, well, yes, since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Wow, amazing! I wish I'd seen it, don't you, Runo? Yes, I suppose so. I want to play at being lawyer now. I could wear a false mustache, maybe. But I don't think any mustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. Or your freaking twin tails from Arby's. There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Miss Sada. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikotoba summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter something to do with that convict's loot we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings. That's right, the very large dog collar we found with the bee emblem on it. It seems Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain. I understand that when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet. Why would that be then? Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. Be interested in air riders. So, I don't have a Switch 2. I haven't seen a game that has definitively made me want to get Switch 2. So, and air riders have not changed that. But from what I've seen and from what I've heard, it would be a very good game to pick up for the Switch 2, assuming I ever get one. You and me both. Yeah, but... Also, Sakurai seems like the GOAT. No DLC. Having it just contain a ton of characters and content in general. I may not have that much personal interest in the game, but based on just how much Sakurai has hyped it up, I hope it's very successful and that it's a very good game. A very good Switch 2 game is on Switch 1. Now that I can't say anything about. Especially since I haven't bought anything on any recent Nintendo games at all. I haven't bought many games recently in general. I just have a few I stick with. But yeah, I think if I ever get a Switch 2 for other reasons, I'd be up to looking into Air Riders. Just based on all the good I've heard. It really does seem like such a big passion project from Sakurai. Look at that, Switch had no games, so Switch 1 emulator. Kind of. Well, not really. I mean, it has Bonanza, it has World, it's getting Air Riders, and I'm sure there's more that I am not thinking of off the top of my head. And those are pretty big hits. World, maybe not as much, but especially Bonanza. Like I said, no games. Touché. One game you don't know why. You bought Switch 2 with no games to buy. Well, I hope they release more games that interest you, Nui. That you can end up being interested in getting. That's about all we can hope for at this point if you already bought the console. It's PS5 launch all over again. I mean, it's a bit better because Switch has a pretty large backward compatibility thing. Unlike PlayStation, it's more of I think, you know, PlayStation 5 and Switch 1 were both pretty bad in that regard because of the not amazing launch lineup. Like, we had Breath of the Wild, fantastic game, and that was it. 1-2 Switch, that was a tech demo that probably should have been included and should not have retailed for what it was. But at least there's that. Also, Switch 2 lets some developers brute force optimization that they couldn't be bothered with, like Scarlet and Violet. So there's that. This side, that's valid. You bought it for Kirby. You only buy Nintendo's mostly for Xenoblade and Kirby. If they had not said Xenoblade, that would probably get me to buy the game. I would love to see what the hell Monolith Soft cooks. I just hope that, like, it's like an Xenoblade X situation where it's completely unrelated to previous games. And it's just a spiritual successor, and that'd be peak. Yeah, valid, and I agree. Gosh, Monolith Soft, I need to see them cook on Switch too. Especially with the game that's not rushed or anything like how Xenoblade 2 was. And then you can probably wait for the inevitable Switch 2 limited Pokemon edition. Yeah, I mean, that's something in general. I don't really have that many I only have like one special console version. And that's a Pokemon White DSi that I got a couple years back. But yeah, maybe if there's a particularly cool collector's bundle based on some game, I could get that. Not sure it'd be Pokemon. I mean, I like Pokemon, but I'm kind of Pokemoned out of the most recent entries. So for everyone who enjoyed Legend CA, I'm glad for that. I would definitely not want to take that away from you. Yeah, Switch 2 games are just so pricey. I mean, they're probably worth the price, but gosh. Like, I'm not gonna just blindly hit on prices except for Mario Kart World. Jumping that up to 80 was insane, but prices are definitely getting more and more painful. Did you say Xenoblade 4 would be soulless excuse to cash in on the IP? No, I never said anything like that. Usually the 8's good, but you're not sure it's $70 good. Yeah. I mean, I haven't bought the game. I can't say. The general opinion of the internet that I've heard is that it's fine. The people that I personally know who have played the game all really enjoy it, to love it. I don't think I've heard a personal account of someone disliking it, so I don't know. I did, but it was another timeline. That wasn't me. Kind of, who knows? Wibbly wobbly, timey wimey. If they hit me with a limited edition Xenoblade Switch, though, I think that would cause me to have a stroke. Oh yeah, friendly reminder to all the Xenoblade enjoyers in chat. In 2 years' time, we could very well get Xenoblade 2 Definitive Edition for the Switch 2. Fair, Xenoblade 2 should have been that, but also turned out good because they went out their way to make it work. Xenoblade 2 is crazy to me. Like, there's so much that I dislike about the game, and yet at the same time, there's something about it that is so intrinsically Xenoblade that I can't help but love it despite its flaws. Aesthetically, alternate dimension friend says it slaps. True, Neko. Like, Xenoblade 1 works perfectly as a one-shot standalone game. Absolutely agreed there. 2 had some pretty obvious retcons, but I think they were handled in very clever ways. Like, I still think the World Tree twist in Xenoblade 2 is one of my favorite retcons, if not my favorite retcon I've seen in fiction. Just because of how clever it feels to me as a retcon, while still obviously being a retcon. And also that's why Xenoblade 1 still is best game. I will stand Xenoblade 1 till the end of time. One day I'll find an excuse to stream it. Alright, I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time, but if you refuse to tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers myself. I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. Oh, Susie. That very meaningful look Susato-san's giving Iris there. The Ijutsu make retcon to retcon canon. True. Also, that reveal with Malos. I think it's like chapter 7 or something. On the cliffs of Moritha. That reveal. If you know, you know. That reveal is like the hypest, one of the hypest moments in the game. Mumcar makes everything better. Well, we know one certain Australian who would agree with that, and you know, I can say that. Mumcar is only in one game, and that game is, in my opinion, the best of all of the games. And, you know, Mumcar's only in it, so, like, Mumcar's just amazing. He's carrying the game, even. Forensic Science Symposium. Lord Strongheart mentioned something about that symposium, too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend. Yes, and from Japan, my father and Judge Jigoku have been invited. It's something of an honor, I believe. Well, Professor Mikotoba is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country, after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say? Yes, His Excellency Judge Seishiro Jigoku. You've met him, Mr. Naruhodo. Last year in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten. Yep. That terrible trial of yours where you were accused of murder. Ah, yes, I'd think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days. Well, it was Judge Jigoku who presided over that trial. Yay, more acid reusal. If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy to never see that man's face again in my life. Oh, well, anyway, his father was invited to the symposium. He agreed to me returning to Britain, too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end, he agreed to me going on ahead. Yes, about the symposium. I think that the Lord Strongheart has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important. I believe it is, yes. As I understand it, Lord Strongheart has organized the entire event himself. I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General, the most senior position in the British justice system. He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what Father said anyway. Apparently it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition. Does Professor Mikotoba know Lord Strongheart personally then, I wonder? Wasn't for Mumcar, Joke never would have doubted his power. Yeah, honestly? The power of the butterfly effect there. You never know what ends up happening, but Mumcar somehow kind of the GOAT in the end. All said and done. I can't even argue. I just that's all just right. Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech about all this very subject only yesterday. I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't really listen to much of it. How trying for you. But he was going for like 12 hours. They'd all like on, by honest. Yeah. Yeah. The power of a lot, I guess. Although I'm sure that Mumcar is not particularly happy about the outcome to some extent. If you know, you know. Because I'm trying to keep light on the Xenoblade 1 spoilers, but I think a certain person living would piss him off. An unsung hero. To be fair, his final act was literally just saying, "Yeah, goodbye, Dixon and Dunban. Go piss off and die. I'll go grab the Monado afterwards," and then he gets lasered to death. I don't think that left a good lasting impression on the two survivors. Dale Brett. Dale Brett. The woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, Giselle Brett. That's a name I won't forget as long as I live. The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget. Sorry? Since instant, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an Englishwoman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist. What? Didn't exist, but how can that be? It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Sheen. And she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front. Front? Who on earth was she then? Miss A. Sheen. Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her. Rebozo. Gosh. Her curses were a lie. No. Nobody knows why or even how she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery. But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could the woman have been up to? I'm afraid I really don't know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand. Oh god, how did this keep getting deeper? How? Is Cosmo alive? Giselle Brett wasn't actually Giselle Brett. She's there in Japan for some other reason. Just what was Cosmo's true purpose in life? Ah! Yet. Topic is switched to honestly, Mario Kart World feels super done with air riders coming out and way more death and updates ruining online for World. It's really, I think Nintendo really screwed up letting Sakurai off the hook with Smash Bros. By releasing him from his Smash Bros dungeon, he managed to develop absolute peak. And now what are they gonna do? What are they supposed to do when his power shows and Mario Kart World is made completely irrelevant? Honestly, if I ever get a Switch 2, I'd probably care to get Air Riders more than World, because at that point I'd just play 8 Deluxe. Also, Nintendo actively ruining Worlds online with updates is still one of the most insane things ever. That's also entirely understandable, entirely a Nintendo thing. And now she's been killed. Well, all the answers surrounding her existence remain unanswered. Misery. No way, they can top Ultimate. Yeah, I mean, I think it's... I think with after Ultimate, first of all, let Ultimate breathe. Let Ultimate be the Smash game even into the Switch 2's lifespan. We don't need another one. No more. Not for a long time. And then whenever they eventually do another Smash game, I think most people would agree it's gonna be a reboot. They're gonna they're gonna nuke the cast and then probably remake all the characters, because so many characters have dated and move sets. You can point to just about, you can point to half the cast at least, really, and point out multiple ways that they could be better. To be fair, the Switch is backwards compatible with 8. World is literally sabotage in all directions. Oh yeah, definitely. I haven't played World, but And I'm sure that Mario Kart fans are enjoying a lot of the new changes with World, but damn, what a bad way to go. Working online. Well, that's not really a Smash problem. That's a Nintendo has really, really cruddy servers that you have to spend money for, yet they're still so cruddy years later. 7 damn years later. I just better not have Ultimates online. We can only hope. We can only hope that the online is competent and stable. At the very least, if it isn't, I wouldn't blame Sakurai for that. But, why are you like this? Oh yeah, one random thing. Xenoblade X has a built-in 60 FPS mode. I'm really shocked Monolith still hasn't released a patch for that yet on the Switch 2. That feels like a very obvious thing, but who knows? Maybe they're gonna make a freaking Switch 2 edition of Xenoblade X that tries to clean up the plot holes made by Chapter 13. I'm not gonna go into that rabbit hole right now. I'm afraid so. Aishi. Who on earth was her? And why do I feel as though I've heard that name before somewhere? Aishi. Could the A stand for Asogi? Like Kazuma Asogi? As for Sakurai, yeah, you think he should focus on Kid Icarus or a new IP? As much as I would love him to do another Kid Icarus, I think he's probably gonna do something else. Which is good. I'm happy for the man. I'm sure what he cooks up is good based on what we've seen here. But you know, it makes me happy to see just what he does in the future. Gosh, I would love a Kid Icarus Uprising too, though. My best 3DS exclusive game, absolute utter. What about Kazuma? After my friend Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange. I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on in that resident student's fate. Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never. Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later, I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Cosmo-sama, and what did he learn? After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there. Should have been? Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. Is he somehow alive? Just disappeared. What? Cosmo's body vanished? The government tried to cover that fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. Except Cosmo-sama isn't there. Did Professor Rikutova know about this? Yes, it would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak. I just don't believe it. And what's this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? Gosh. Feel like Magic's kind of done, complete, and there's a nice treat, but series he's fine without him. It now needs to breathe life in something that needs support. I mean, at this point, I think we should just let Sakurai do whatever he wants. He's earned it. But I do agree his talents are super valuable at reviving IPs. Like again, Kid Icarus Uprising is just freaking peak. As much as I would like another Kid Icarus Uprising, I would also love to see him take some other abandoned IP. I don't know what, but something, and then just run rampant with it. Ooh, Star Fox. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. I think like put him at the helm of Star Fox game and he could cook. Thinking back now, some things that happened on Vesas Bootia were definitely strange. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Could it be? Could it be that he's actually still alive? Stop it, Mr. Naruto. It's too much to bear. But I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Just thinking about the possibility pains me so very much. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruto. When Kazuma-san was discovered, Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he? And he definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly. If we asked him, he'd probably go like, well, I never actually did a true autopsy report. You're right. If Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mr. Sholmes had lied to us. There's no reason he would possibly have done such a thing. You say that, but he's also hiding the Baskerville stuff. I suppose that's true, yes. The idea that he might still be alive somewhere. It wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it, because if it turned out not to be true, then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. I'm terrified of what that might do to me. Oh, Miss Susato. I know she's given the idea of the thought it serves. It's Susato-san we're talking about after all. So I probably shouldn't push it now. So, Mr. Naruto, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. I've committed every detail about the case to memory. Dars has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well. So, you're fully abreast in the situation already, Miss Sato. I'd expected nothing less, to be honest. I think our first port of call should be to investigate this Mr. Drebber, the engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick. Yes, a conjurer of sorts by the sound of it, well known in the fields of science and magic. Then we need to go and arrest him. Well, yes, he must know the truth behind this case. I agree, we really do need to find the man. It sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down. Which is a job for the police, or a great detective. Are we supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think. Good idea. Well, best of luck then. Oh, you're not coming today? I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. But let me know later how you got on, won't you? That is a little abrupt. The pull of the herb market must be strong. And Dino does seem to have an interest in reviving it, but every time they have tried it, kind of falls flat on its face. He might be sparked that like the fire. If there's a man who could do it, it's Sakurai. There's anyone who could do it, it's Sakurai. 23rd of October, Sholmes Street. There's... Okay, here we go. My eyes always drawn to this big metal chest that Miss Sholmes and I sees as coffee table. Isn't it where Iris keeps her very important papers? It is, so you'd think that they'd treat it with more care, really. But only the other day I saw Mr. Sholmes kick it. Oh no! I suppose something must have been frustrating him. What a shame to mistreat furniture, though. Was it damaged? The chest was fine, but Mr. Jones was doubled up on the floor for almost 10 minutes. Oh dear, that is a painful tale. We've been examining dialogue generator, now that Sada's here. Yep. I do like this fireplace. It's one of the best things I've seen since we arrived in this country, in fact. Although, I do yearn for a Japanese kotatsu. Putting your legs under a warm blanketed table is so comforting. Do be careful, Mr. Naruto. Don't mistakenly put your feet into the fire, will you? You would suffer terrible burns, you know. I worry sometimes about how Sada-san sees me. Ah yes, Mr. Shum's curious collection of trinkets from the various mysteries he solved. Alright, Rube, will do. Have a good night. I'll do your pipe duty per usual. And I'll see you later, Rube. Yes, Mr. Shum's curious collection of trinkets from the various mysteries he solved. It's one of my favorite parts of this room, full of items with such exciting tales to tell. And I do believe he's addicted to it, or added to it since I last looked. Now there's a mysterious pince-nez, a mysterious little box, a mysterious horseshoe, a mysterious biscuit. I think that last one might just be one of Iris's unfinished snacks. This blackboard is where Iris scribbles down her latest ideas, isn't it? Let's see. Oh, she seems to have drawn a lot of little stick figures all lined up. Look. Cheap apples at the market is what all of them say. What? The little figures can speak? All of your questions would be answered if only you would read this month's Arranged magazine. I'm the only one who can't make any sense of this. This pretty little tea set is set out beautifully as ever. Look. Well, it's only by carefully taking care of a tea set that you can make good tea. Is that a roundabout way of telling me I need to tidy my desk? Oh, Mr. Naruto, you do overthink things at times. That's Iris's wonderful collection of medicines, potions, and chemicals. Just look at all the little bottles she squeezed onto the shelves. Yes, and there are charming little ribbons tied around the bottles, too. But the labels aren't quite so charming, are they? This one here reads deadly poison. Oh, I've been so excited about the idea of helping Iris with her experiments, you know. Just try to avoid any bottles labeled deadly poison or highly explosive. Holmes can confirm. If I remembered correctly, this large and imposing lump of iron is called a typewriter. To think that every single one of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes blossomed from this very machine. Oh, it's such a dreamy thought. I actually had a go on it the other day. The metal bar that moved when you hit the keys got all tangled up somehow, and that made Iris angry. Mr. Naruto, you're ruining my dreamy thoughts. Please don't do that again. Ugh, now it makes Sada-san angry as well. Crazy. I finally made to remember this behemoth's name, the Great Analytoscope. I don't think it was here when I left for Japan, was it? Oh, is that right? Yes, because it was with the pawnbroker. Ah, of course. Oh, that's given me a wonderful idea. I could pawn everything that's on your desk. The office would be tidy at last. Don't even joke about it, Mrs. Sato. You are joking, aren't you? Aren't you? This is Mr. Schulm's famous violin. The one he found being sold for a song at a pawnbrokery. Was it called again? A shoddy something? Oh yes, this wonderful instrument features in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. I think it's the Stradivarius. The world famous Stradivarius. Why do I remember that? Why, chat? Why do I actually remember the name of the violin now? No! I've read it too many times! What? Stradivarius, Mr. Naruto. Are you even trying now? We'll come back to this another time, I think. There's all sorts on these shelves. Chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high I can't help feeling that the whole lot is going to topple at any moment. Looks as though it might topple, and yet it doesn't. The epitome of Mr. Shulman's brilliance. I don't get it. As it happened, I'm quite well practiced when it comes to stacking shelves myself. Just the other day, the shelf in my office finally gave way under the strain, though. Looks as though it might topple, and it does. Yes, the epitome of your disarray. I really don't get it. Homestead? 23rd of October. British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Oh, who's that sitting beside Lord Strongheart? I wonder. I've never seen her before. Ah, the young champion of the court. We had some success this morning, I understand. And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result. Oh, you mean because of the Professor Hairbrain's experiment? Sham science being demonstrated at London's great exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish, and now the politicians are scrabbling to respond. Lord Van Zeeks is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing. Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. The special dispensation that prevents the investigation at the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap metal in no time. It's scrap metal now, is it? Until later then, Lord Strongheart. Yes, thank you. Ciao. Who was that? That was Dr. Courtney Scythe, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. I knew it. I knew Courtney Scythe would pop up again. She's leading the forensic investigation team's handling of this case. She's just delivering her report about the victim, in fact. Now I see. About Mr. Asman. Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to reevaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. You can find her in the forensics laboratory. Ah, right. Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time. So you're not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. These very European suits of armor are still glaring at each other across the carpet, I see. In a way, they feel like guardians of the Lord Chief Justice's office. I suppose they're rather like the lion dogs that guard shrines in Japan, aren't they? Aren't they a bit too human to be called lion dogs? Did you know that it's a dream of mine to keep 2 cats one day? I feel as though we've gone a bit off tangent, don't you? You couldn't read all of these books even if you were reincarnated 6 times over as a bookworm. Can Lord Strongheart really have read all of these? Thinking about it, Father's study is full of books that look as though they've never been read too. Oh really? Peddlers of books are forever pushing their wares on him, you see. And I think he's just too kind-hearted to refuse them. There's a phrase for that in Britain. People would say they saw him coming. Makes me wonder if perhaps the vast number of books on shelves here are a sign of Lord Strongheart's overwhelming kind-heartedness. I'm not so sure you could afford to have a kind heart if you had to keep Lord Van Zeeks in line, could you? As ever, the enormous clock is diligently maintaining its rhythmical tick-tock today. Watching machinery at work can be quite mesmerizing, can't it? Ironically, you can completely forget the time. What I particularly enjoy is watching the enormous wheels of a steam locomotive turning. Of course, thank you for the metal pipe mystery. When I was a little girl, grandmother often used to take me to watch the railway engines, you know. It's an open fire for me. I could sit and watch the flames for hours. But in our total, we could install one in the office. An enormous wheel, turned by an enormous steam engine. Perhaps we could start with simple fireplace first. By the way, Lord Strongheart, about this. Symbol of defense law in the Japanese judiciary. Okay, this is nothing new. Yeah. Anything new. Get ready to hear that snapping a lot. Another foul of the Reaper's curse. What? Odie Osmond! Ink was barely dry on the man's acquittal papers. He just emerged from a trial in which he was being prosecuted at the hand of Lord Van Zeeks. Do you think the verdict was wrong? The law is final. Verdicts are final. However, as long as mere mortals are the ones making decisions, there's always room for error. The influence of large criminal organizations is sometimes felt even in our highest courtrooms. That'd be the dark and devilish side to London, I suppose. Do you have anything to comment about Andrew here? Nothing about Andrew, okay. Forensic investigation team. What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before? The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created the forensic investigation team a year ago now, unofficially of course, paved the way. Goodness, a year ago? And next month's symposium, I intend to present the result of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine. Criminals will suffer dearly. What do you mean? For too long, these scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. But London's scum is about to be rounded up and burnt in the fires of hell. I intend to see it to it personally. By creating the finest police force the world has ever known to protect our honor and our future. Look at those eyes. It means every word. Oh my gosh! Not the pipe bomb! No! Dr. Seath is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially establish the forensic division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Mikotoba. Oh, yes, my lord. Your father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan. That's right. I understand he'll arrive at the beginning of next month. Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart? With Professor Mikotoba, I mean. It was many years ago now, but yes. I remember Dr. Mikotoba very well. Mikotoba? If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student. But the year I was born, so 16 years ago, in fact. Mikotoba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jigoku accompanied him as a young, promising judge. The punctiliousness and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way. I didn't think that you were. Dr. Mikotoba studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals. Dr. Steiner's, if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Seath was also there then, as it happens. Then Dr. Seath knows my father, does she? He was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. But I've no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikotoba was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total. 6 years? That's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it? I lived with my grandmother in those years. So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years? It was a rather turbulent time at home. Oh, perhaps father wanted a reason to get away. What do you mean? Why? Well, clearly something was going on at the time. I wanted to ask you about Lord Von Zieks, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty. Is that right? You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very instant that gave rise to the Reaper. What? Why? When his brother, Clint Van Zieks, was murdered, it was just after young Barak had graduated from the University of London and became a prosecutor, when obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing. Rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that wherever Barak Von Zieks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind. Oh my word. So Lord Von Zieks isn't the Reaper, it's the ghost of his brother. Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles. Damn. Oh, yes, Lord Strongheart. Go ahead. It's about Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains if possible. Are you well versed in science, then? Not in slightest. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently. Well, the special dispensation legally preventing investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. Within a few hours, Dr. Sai's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage as long as you touch nothing. Thank you. Being able to look at it is better than nothing. I'll be able to see it too. Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls. We are so extremely sorry to have troubled you when you are so busy, my lord. I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium, you understand. Oh boy. Oh. Just sitting behind that desk must make you feel so important, don't you think? Would you like to have an office like this, Mr. Naruto, with such a grand desk? Who, me? No, I don't think so. Oh? Well, imagine if you suddenly found yourself needing the toilet. You'd have so far to go. How true. Perhaps important people who work in ostentatious offices like this haven't considered such things. I'm going to take that as a compliment. I'm so glad we looked at that. Oh my god. 23rd of October, local prison cell 11. Something's a little different. What's he doing? Also, thank you for the metal pipe there, Antonym. Oh my, the whole wall of the cell is covered in mathematical equations. And he's still writing more now. Professor, hey, sorry to interrupt. Oh, Mr. Naruto. And who's this young lady? My name is Susato Mikotoba. I'm Mr. Naruto's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor. Oh, if only I'd met a refined young woman like you sooner. None of this would have happened. No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all. Oh dear, I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you. I owe you an apology too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you I would in court this morning. Oh no! Oh no! 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 The whole thing, the whole miserable affair, it all happened because I've been such a complete and utter clot! Professor Hairbrain, what have you been working on in your cell? Oh, you mean that? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea, you see, and I simply had to write it down. The wall was all I had to hand. Oh, is it some new hypothesis? Something surpass super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe? No, actually this is my autobiography. Your autobiography? How I was diddled and fiddled by Albert Hairbrain. I found that I can represent my odd fortunes with only odd numbers in an ambitious set of simultaneous equations. Really? I'm going to have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you see. There's going to be a new serial publication from next month. Part 1, an odd birth, an odd upbringing. You can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure. I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talk a little more about the case? Oh, yes, of course! I've been working through the numbers. I was fiddled by the pair of them. By Asman and that aloof engineer Drepa. We're not going to have to sit through an explanation of all these equations, are we? No, if the year wasn't 2025, that wouldn't sound that bad. Oh, God. An odd birth. Yes. I see what you mean, mystery. Fascinating, yes! In Japan, where I come from, it's simple. Okay. Okay, yeah. We already saw that. Okay, that's right. So that's also nothing new. How could this have happened? Must feel awful as well as man losing his life. Oh wait. This is the same exact thing. The same exact dialogue. Damn. You've got to have something to say about Andrew, right? Professor, do you recognize this? Oh, it's Andrew, my faithful friend. Have you been? Are you alright? Nobody's mistreated you, have they? Don't worry, he's been very well looked after. I always rub him with the machine oil until he's gleaming. Right. And then when I come to tighten a screw with him, he slips in my hand and I can't do it. It's that age-old problem faced by driver files in the world, isn't it? I really wouldn't know, I'm afraid. Ay. Everything I believed in has been turned on its head. My research, Mr. Asman, the kinesis machine, my hypothesis even. I'm sorry if it's come to this. There really was no other way. No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end there's nothing worth protecting. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public. No, of course you didn't. But in court this morning I realized something. Oh? If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you've still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you're aware of it or not. Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me. Oh, Professor. He believed in me this morning, you know. Barak did. He believed in my hypothesis. I think that was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing its case. No, Barak wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it. Did he? I think I understand now. quiet with that. He said take on the prosecution in my trial. I mean, it was because of us, but, you know, you too, I guess. Von Zeke's motivation. After the terrible accident happened, nobody would believe in my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, no prosecution service, not any lawyers even. Actually, no, it was because of him, because Barack, we already knew Barack was prosecuting the case before he knew we were defending it. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers even. I feel like I did some kind of finishing blow there. If any other prosecutor had taken the case, if it was anyone other than Barack, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis a complete and utter nonsense. And in that case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor. Exactly, which would have been a fate worse than death for me. But Barack insisted that I was a proper man of science from start to finish. You think that's why he... I know him very well indeed. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul. But... that... hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he? Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it. And what about the whole Reaper side of things? How does that fit in with the kind-hearted soul idea? Do you think he set out to trick me from the very start, Dr. Asman? I'm sorry to say, that does seem likely, yes. When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looked over the papers I'd written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. He's so enthused, he's so emphatic. But in reality, he was the mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems. I still can't believe it. And as the machine was essentially a set decoration for some stage magic, it probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually. But the scale of it, it just wasn't some small trick. It was a very elaborate feat of deception. All young scientists are full of hope about their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal. But none of us have any money. We want to do research, but we can't afford it. Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try to earn just a few measly pennies to carry on. Go through all of that, only to be taken for a complete fool. It's too rotten to believe. It is, I agree. And that's why we have to find those responsible and bring them justice. Mr. Asman is no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer. Mr. Enoch Dreber. Is he an engineer or a magician? Or a swindler? It was about a year ago now when Mr. Asman first brought Dreber to meet me at my laboratory. Since then I've met him many times to discuss details about the kinesis machine. But at no point did you have any inkling that he's just an illusionist? Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist. What do you mean? He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There's no question that the man's a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation. I see. But the wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. Are there no more clues you can give us as to his whereabouts? I'm sorry, we've only ever discussed the kinesis machine, nothing else. Although just once, I did visit his workshop. What workshop? Dreber's enormous fabrication laboratory where he constructed my great machine. Why did you mention this before? In Dreber's workshop, there's every chance we might find the man there. So you've been to Dreber's place of work then? Yes, just once, you understand. It was an enormous place. Plenty of room to construct the kinesis machine, you see. Where can we find it? We have to go there at once. There's a good chance that we'll find Dreber there. It's mobile or something dumb, I don't know. Well, yes, definitely. I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this. But I have absolutely no idea. where the workshop is at all. I'm so sorry! I was more than half expecting that. You see, I'd blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there. Blindfolded you? Wasn't taking any chances then. The place was incredible, the pinnacle of modern engineering. Even the oil he used was the very best, a special French machine oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Ah, the indescribable scent of that imported oil. Perfumers across the world should forget their secret formula and use that instead. What do you think, Miss Sasada? Oh, the machine for your next birthday? I've never used any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruhodo, and I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. I don't suppose you know even part of the workshop's address, Professor. You don't have a business card from Mr. Drebber, for example. Man was clearly very cautious, Mr. Sada. I'm sure he would never have— Aha! Yes, I do. He gave me his business card once. It's right here. Look. What? Let me see that. Try to get to the wind, why don't you? Enoch Drebber, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address. No, oh well, I can't say I'm surprised. Still, this could be useful. There's no address. Did you check the back? This dark smudge here. I think perhaps it's machine oil. Yes, possibly. Professor Hairbrain mentioned something about the oil Mr. Drebber uses, doesn't he? Said it was especially imported, very high quality oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Yes, that's right, but more importantly, that it's more fragrant than the finest perfume. So excuse me for a moment. Oh, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all. Don't worry, I expect that just because there's such a tiny amount on here. There's a smear of machine oil on the reverse. Well, I guess we got what we needed from Hairbrain. Please don't have Gregson here. I don't know if my voice can handle it. 23rd of October, the Great Exhibition grounds foot of the Crystal Tower. Hi, Gina. I had no idea there's so many people in the world. I know what you mean, it's really packed here today. I feel like though it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowds up to this point. Has it? I shut my brain down so I didn't really notice, to be honest. Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruhodo. There you are. I had a feeling your lot would show your mugs before long. Oh, never mind. I thought that was— God damn it. I thought that was freaking Gina. But here we go, Gregson. There you are. I had a feeling you lot would show up with your mug before long. No, Inspector Gregson, I see you're hard at work as usual. Warm greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since we last met. What was all the ceremony? We just saw each other in court this morning. Not you, Sunshine, the gentlewoman so loyally at your side. Why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice. Might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. As you probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene some more. Right. Well, that's young trainee's domain. Oi, get over here, Gina. Seems to be busy playing with a puppy. Probably giving it a traditional East End training. Gina, she's a police officer now. Amazing, isn't it? She's good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place anyway. She's got the detection bug, if you ask me. Yep, I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely. What do you mean? I'm being transferred. It's time for me to say toodaloo to London. No, Gregson! I'm gonna have to come up with a different voice for whoever replaces you. Oh no, really? That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Where are you going to be posted then? We'll come see how you're getting along. Haha, not likely, but you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is. To France? I'll be working in the Paris Police Prefecture. Should be right up my alley. But France? It's an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there? That's the way the dot world works, sunshine. I don't go poking your nose where it's not wanted. You think I like his replacement? Well, that's nice to hear. But I am sad. I like Gregson a lot. But now I'm intrigued to see just what will happen. Unless it is just Gina who takes his place proper. Which would mean I don't have to come up with a new voice. I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go. Nope, never mind. What? You're taking Gina to Paris? Well, I can't leave her in London. Who knows what would become of her? Suppose he's worried she'd slip back and slipping her hands in people's pockets and purses. Damn. I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Naruto. I think he's worried about the Reaper. Oh, of course. So that's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it? Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina, so don't go blabbing, you hear me? No, of course not. I gotta keep that diving diva safe and sound until all this is over, at least. Boy, you'll just call me a bloomin' diving diva again. I heard that, did ya? Right, well, any questions about the scene, you can put them to my cable detective diva here. Alright, you heard, boss. Dr. Lestrade's in charge here now. I suppose I'd better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. Gina, you've got a new dog, have you? Isn't he great? Dolby's his name. Wrong species. I think that should be an orange tabby cat instead. Oh, how delightful. He's absolutely adorable. Yes, the dog does seem lovely. But it's the not so lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest. Yeah, we love Gregson in this household, even if he's not the nicest to Naruto. Ah, the Crystal Tower. I can't believe I'm seeing it at such close proximity with my own eyes. I've really been looking forward to the great exhibition, haven't you, Mr. Sato? Oh yes, when I found out that I had to return to Japan, I'm afraid I cursed my luck. But here you are, back in London, gazing up at the magnificent tower. I know. Perhaps I was wrong to curse my luck so harshly. It's the scorching on the ground that you mentioned. Yes, and there's what's left of the green balloon's envelope. All clear evidence of the balloon that exploded on the day of the incident. Poor Professor Hairbrain. I do feel sorry for him that his dreams have been shattered like this. Oh, and well and truly burst his bubble, as it were. Ouch, I'm a bad person. Oops. What a shame that symbolic landmark of the great exhibition has been damaged like that. Yes, unfortunately the birdcage crashed into the most prominent position possible. It's the gods giving us a warning, if you ask me. Man must travel under his own steam and not cut corners with instantaneous kinesis. But imagine what might have happened if the birdcage had landed in a slightly different location. The death toll could have been far worse. I think perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. Well, the gods are benevolent, obviously. I did say it was just a warning. Man must travel under his own steam, or next time birdcage will rain down on all of you. Your faith is much stronger than I realized. Well, how do you think I passed entrance exam for Yume University? It wasn't by studying alone. Oh, look, a flying balloon. I've never seen one in the flesh before. I can't understand how they can fly, and so high up as well. But think of the view, Mr. Naruto. You must be able to see for miles and miles. I do think of it, and it terrifies me. I mean, I would be certain it would be certain death if you fell out. I'm sure they're perfectly safe. After all, they've been invented by some of the brightest minds in the world. Let's not forget that we know at least one has exploded. I'm sure there are other ways to fly. Like a plane. Sato, what's a plane? Armband is proof in Japan at least that I'm a defense lawyer. Okay, yeah, we already saw this too. Oh. Not exactly what I was expecting. Nothing new. How? Oop, wait. You know, have a look at this photograph. Wait, looking down on everything from up there. I love high places, me. Really? If I'm honest, I can't stand looking down at the ground when I'm high up. I always have to look up. Hey, I want to show you what it's like, but there ain't no point now. Why not? If all you're gonna do is look up at the sky, I ain't gonna be able to look down on ya. With ya. Sorry. I mean, I don't look down on you or nothing. If you don't want to do it, it's your choice. I didn't think I'd ever go up in balloon, to be honest. Not in my whole life. Now I'm trying to think I might like to. Aw. Gina. We were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Alright, it's, if it's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? I'm gonna be playing with me new friend, yeah. Ah, yeah, it's Toby. Machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume. Haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind. Sorry, you can't go up there, Suze. Like I told Odo yesterday, even I ain't allowed near that wreck. What it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it, the special dispensation for scientific equipment. Is that what you're thinking? That's the one. That's why only them are allowed to investigate it. What are they called again? The forensic something? The forensic investigation team. Is that what you're thinking of? That's the one, yeah. But isn't it the case that special dispensation has been lifted? I think so. No, I don't really get it, to be truthful with ya. You're still supposed to get permission from some bigwig or other, as far as I know. What was his name again? Lord Strange something? I'm not sure. That's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps? That's the one, yeah. Apparently he's always watching time or something. Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart. Eh? You what? You met him? That time boss was called to go and see him. Waited for 3 hours at the cops office and came back sniveling. Tragic. Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene as long as we touch nothing. Oh yeah? Honestly. Right then, go ahead. But turns out you're lying. It'll be the boss who gets it, and he'll never eat another chip again in his life. Nope, you're still saying all this is above board, are ya? I'm sure everything will be fine. That really would be tragic. Alright then, them's the stairs, off you go. Oh, thank you, Gina. It was great, wasn't it? I had a right laugh. It was a new one on me that, you know, being in court and not spending the whole time when I'm about to be found out. You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all of your previous court appearances, didn't you? Yeah, and Otto made things odd for me every single time and all. Just doing my job, Gina. But watching someone else get it in the neck is a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when you showed that dodgy professor's dodgy experiment was a total fix. The dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruto's client. Yes, I'm trying to wish he wasn't, though. Boss, I feel sorry for, sent off to do the impossible. What do you mean? He's supposed to arrest that other Golvingi and in time for tomorrow and all. You know, the dodgy engineer. What is his name again? Mr. Drebber, you mean? Enoch Drebber. That's the one, yeah. So the police are looking for this mysterious man with the black monocle. Guess they would be. Putting too much on the boss, if you ask me. He says it's giving him gut ache. Oh dear, but I do wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food. So Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Drebber. I wonder if they've had any luck. He's really funny looking, got two eyes but don't match. Stole a glimpse of a picture from him earlier. I mean, I didn't actually pinch it or nothing. The old devil's got it. Sorry, who? You know, that Scotland Reaper what's always plugging down glasses, all that blood red plonk. Lord Van Zeeks. He's always added in for me, that cove. Don't know what he's always scowling about mine. Probably would have been pretty good boss as it goes. He'd rather be the Reaper's apprentice than a detective's trainee. The way I see it, if the choice is between a chip guzzling detective and a chalice goggling demigod, you're equally badly off with both. I suppose you're right. I ain't thought of it like that. Glad we put that one to bed. Anyway, point is, everyone at the yard's dead set on finding the fishy engineer, but there don't seem to be no clues to go on, so they're stuck. There's nothing that can lead us to Drebber at all. Where did you find that little mutt then, Gina? Oi, don't be so flaming rude, Otto. Slight of a reaction, don't you think? He ain't no mutt, alright. Toby's dad, they put it. Oh, yeah, a bona fide detective. Sorry? I've given him a proper title and everything, and Chief Inspector Toby to you. More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he? Oh, so he's a police dog, is he? The police recruit dogs now? I've heard they're already being used officially in Germany as part of their city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell after all. I have a really good sense of smell myself as it happens. I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't. That's nothing compared to this little fella Otto. Oh, really? According to what the boss said, when Toby has got a good whiff of your drawers, he could chase that scent to the other side of the world. What? To the other side of the world? You mean he can swim? To Naruhodo, I think you may have missed the point by a rather large margin. I just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill. I'm telling you, Otto, there's gonna be more and more dogs doing their bit for the police in the future. Yes, I agree. Right, one of these days they'll be barking orders at us, not the other way around. Oh dear, sorry Gina, I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. Well anyway, whatever you think about that, Toby is Britain's first police dog. I found him down the end the other day. Someone had just chucked him out on the street. Here you go. I knew she lifted him from somewhere. Oh Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? Children and two animals. These stairs lead up to the experimentation stage. Let's go and see what we can find out. It's still sparking. 23rd of October at the Great Exhibition Grounds experimentation stage. Oh my, so this is the machine that was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place. Yes, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment. What extraordinary lengths Professor Harebrain went in order to obtain the research grant. No, the professor was tricked as well. He didn't know anything about it. Yes, of course. It is amazing though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British. You're right about that. You never see such grand deception in Japan, that's for sure. Oh, look, is that? Oh, hey, Lord Von Zeke's jump scare. Oh, I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Mrs. Sato? Alrighty. He is the Reaper, remember? We do well to keep our distance, I think. But we have permission to be here. From the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine, as long as we don't touch anything. From the top? Do you mean Lord Strongheart? Exactly. We can't stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like. We could have been at the center of the explosion here and wouldn't have bent her steel will. What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders have buckled and twisted in the blast. What they call the birdcage was right in the middle of it all, just here. But look, Mr. Naruto, that metal grill on the floor. Looks as though it's designed to open. It does, doesn't it? The floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred. The birdcage could have dropped through and disappeared from sight. I don't think there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there? Oh, isn't it exhilarating, all this different architecture from all corners of the world? That make you feel a bit like an explorer, doesn't it? I know it's all subjective, but the onion-shaped roofs have rather caught my attention personally. 'Tis very subjective, isn't it? Japanese buildings with their wood and paper construction have excellent ventilation, and I realize that British buildings being made from brick and stone are very strong and long-lasting. The more you know about how things are done in other countries, the more you understand your own, I feel. Oh yes, I do agree with you there. But I can't help wondering what an onion does for the roof of a building. I suppose it's playing on my mind because I don't like the taste of onions. You really aren't. Let your taste in vegetables dictate your taste in roofs, Mr. Naruto. I hear that a ride on a Ferris wheel is a favorite romantic outing among young London couples. I think romance would be slightly spoiled by the abject terror personally, but then I'm not a Londoner. Are you a little scared of heights, Mr. Naruto? It's not that I'm scared, not at all. It's just that staying on the ground seems so much safer. Well, perhaps I shall have to ask Iris and Mitchum to accompany me on it in that case. When you put it like that, part of me does want to give it a try. Oh dear, it is complicated for you, isn't it? Look at that horn-shaped transmitting device, isn't it amazing? That's exactly what I thought when I first saw it. Makes you think, doesn't it? If only it had been a normal horn, none of this would have happened. That's almost exactly what I thought of as well. I bet I can predict what you're going to say next in that case. You're about to say nothing ever goes to plan, aren't you? Oh no, I would never say something like that. Oof. However much I look at them, I just can't come to terms with those Tamari handballs floating in the sky. You've been glaring at them constantly since we came up here. Sorry, the feelings of wanting to ride in one and wanting to never set foot in one are fighting it out inside me. But if you don't look where you're walking, you might fall from the stage. I don't think I noticed that's how fiercely the battle inside me is raging. I think you should make peace with riding in one, Mr. Naruto. It really would be much safer that way. Ugh. Least approachable man in the world winner 10 years in a row. Be strong, Mr. Naruto. Your country and your assistants stand firm behind you. Lord Von Zeeks. Hello? What? Uh, um, well, beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? Right? I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs. No, I read them. So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited. Ah, well, thing is, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate on the condition that we didn't disturb anything. And yet you've managed to disturb me. Never mind. State your business then. Come think of it. There are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Von Zeeks about. Not least of which is that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this. Ask away, Mr. Naruto. You won't know unless you try. Her brother Clint. So, Clint. What's the name of your older brother? I understand, Lord Von Zeeks. You Nipponese. I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So, you've been investigating me, have you? Oh, no, it's not like that. Well, alright. It is a bit like that. My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Von Zeeks family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us. The professor, you mean? Is something funny? That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised. Sorry? There's more to it then. Lackluster work. Very much your trademark, isn't it? Ugh, you're too kind. Are you going to tar all Nipponese with the same brush next? So tell me, what's your interest in that historic incident? As it happened, Lord Von Zeeks, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Are you aware of the Madame Tussauds Museum of Waxwork by any chance? I am, naturally. I believe that since last month I feature in one of the displays there for public scorn. Of course, an famous Reaper of the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he? Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place and held for ransom. A particular waxwork? Which? Wait, you mean? Yes, it's the professor. Winter Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak. I was unaware of that. He turned as white as a sheet. Enoch Drebber. Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Drebber, already? Surely that goes without saying. We're very keen to see him found as well. Trouble is, we don't have much gone aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier. Which, according to Professor Hairbrain, was of a tall, thin gentleman who had straight white hair and wears a black monocle. Was it the brickmaker dude? From the first game? No, I mean, we know he's dead, but that sounds vaguely familiar. So I was just wondering, I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but we'd very much appreciate any more clues you can give us. Wow, Chisasa-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns. Fine. Why not? I have a photograph of the man here from an investigation 10 years ago. Huh. So it appears he already had that black monocle at the time. Huh. Thank you, Von Zeek. What? Oh, nothing. Just surprised you shared that with us. We all need the man testimony in court tomorrow, but we do have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph? What is it about Lord Von Zeeks? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. A photographic print of the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It's hard to make out, but he appeared to be wearing a monocle with black glass. Mystery, why did you have to say that? Because he does kind of look like Dio. No, not Dio. Hello, Kazuma-ish. Oop. Also, thank you for the cardboard pipe, mister. The file I requested for trial tomorrow. Thank you. Are you alright? Who is this man, Mr. Nadhodo? Lord Von Zeke's apprentice, apparently. I'm not the only one. Sasan can see it too. Kazuma. Lord Von Zeeks, may we speak with your apprentice for a moment? Nope, Lord Strongheart's orders. With him? Why? Kazuma-sama! Kaza. I don't believe it. Does he have amnesia? Oh god, it's an Uchikoshi game, chat. Oh god. Your posture. Your presence. It can only be. It's you, isn't it, Kazuma-sama? I felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure. And if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kazuma? But wait! Wait! Too late. What's going on here? Your apprentice. What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man or something. Well, since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago. Lord Strongheart introduced him to me about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor. But he didn't tell you why, did he? The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself. God damn it. Freaking Uchikoshi. Who put Uchikoshi on this writing team? Why? No. He has amnesia. Yeah, antonym, go figure. Ugh. I mean, I knew it was Cosma for a while, but amnesia, of course. Tomorrow he'll appear in court at my side. What? He's to serve as my judicial assistant on Lord Strongheart's orders. Oh boy. So the tables have turned, haven't they? Someone with amnesia recommended him. True. Oh, the next court session's gonna be crazy. He'll be in court with us? Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course. Oh, yes, thank you. Definitely saw a reaction there. When Sada-san called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. When she called out Cosma-sama. Oh, the amnesiacs love their work, but they can't remember why. Damn. Alright, let's see if he has anything to say. Fujikoshi got amnesia from writing his own stories and ended up on the team for a Great Ace tourney. And yet, even with amnesia, some things never change. Honestly, that's believable. He probably has something to say on the photograph. Damn nothing. October 23rd, Madame Tuspells. Oh my, no wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I'd like to turn on my heels and go straight home via the confectionery. Being scared makes you crave sweets? I can understand that. I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but there's no sign of Mr. Sholmes anywhere. That's strange. He should be here investigating the abduction of the waxwork. Well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. This one's posture reveals his weakness. Sorry? The killer stance leaves him wide open to attack. I'm quite sure I could see him off with a Suicidal takedown, then a Suicidal squash, and finally a Suicidal smash. Right. And if that doesn't render the culprit unconscious, a Suicidal slam should finish him. A Suicidal slam? Oh, I'm sorry. It's rather hard to explain. Leave yourself open slightly and I'll demonstrate. Absolutely not. The little policeman isn't here now, obviously. I still can't believe he just happened to be on the jury, though. I had understood that London has a population of 6 million people, and yet you do seem to run into the same people disproportionately often, don't you? Oh. Oh yes, the heavy curtains in the middle of the House of Horrors. Whatever's on the other side of them, you just know it's going to be terrifying, don't you? The sign says it's Madame Tuspel's special exhibit. It seems you have to pay extra to go inside. I know, can you believe that? Pay more money as if we haven't been scared enough already? Not my doing, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, what a horrifying scene. A murderer caught in the grisly act. I know, and in case you were wondering, it's the one with the big knife that's supposed to be the killer. I don't think anybody would be in any doubt about that, surely. And did you know that according to the description, the bathtub at the back has no particular significance? What, really? I would have thought it was meant to show that the killer also worked in the bathhouse peddling criminal wares. Aha, we have a new theory. Guess that leaves us with only one choice. October 23rd, Forensics Laboratory. I believe this is it. Dr. Side's laboratory. That chemical smell really assaults the nose. There's plenty to assault the eyes and ear too. Looks as though the doctor isn't here. But we're here now, so we may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think? What a seasoned tourist you've become, Mrs. Sato. You could have just a little look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. Prepared for a jump scare. Look at all the bottles on the shelves in those cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals. These ones here are labeled highly toxic. Ugh, that's worrying, because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there. Oh yes, and they actually say salt and pepper on them. The doctor probably spends lots of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes. Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. Table instead of sharp tools when you consider each in isolation. It all looks quite innocent. Why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing? It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing the large tome that's open on the desk does make me wonder, though. How can anybody concentrate on bookwork with this acrid odor of chemicals in the air? You either have a cast iron constitution or a really terrible sense of smell. Those large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something, or like the pickled umeboshi plums we make back home. Ah, Father had jars like that in his laboratory as well. I expect they're human organs in a preserving solution, probably as examples of some rare medical condition. Mrs. Sato, there are some things in the world that is perfectly fine never to know about. Ever. Oh, so, as I said, I'm sure they're fruit liquors or umeboshi, aren't they? Of course. Oopsies. Let's put this Dr. Side desk. Ugh, I would not like to work in a place like this. It's very tidy though, isn't it, Mr. Naruto? Imagine how efficiently she must work. Lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes, and the chemical smell can't be good for you. Not to mention the skeleton watching over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves. Well, yes, those are valid concerns, I suppose. I can just about cope with one-eyed Dharma doll watching over me, but that's all! Well, look at this. What a magnificent display case. The cherry would have been polished to high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers really are skilled, aren't they? You have nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruto. Mrs. Sato, can't you tell I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case? It's how I cope! I'll be sure to remember that from now on. That looks like an owl and a crow up there. I know, and they haven't even twitched since we came in here. Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruto. Ugh. I was afraid you were going to say that. I'm trying very hard to tell myself that they're just sleeping with their eyes open. Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to put something like your Dharma doll on display in the office instead. Alright. Looks like I only have one thing left to examine. Look at this big, thick book here. Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but, well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. 500? They must be working really hard on dissecting corpses. I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. And scalpel blades can be sharpened too. Does seem a bit strange. You're right. 500 scalpels a month. What could they possibly be using them all for? What are you doing? Huh? Sorry, we had something we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so... So you thought you'd snoop around. That's acceptable to you people from the East, is it? Well, what do you want? Well, Lord Strongar told us, you see, that is you who examined the victim's body. Mr. Asman's body, I mean. So we came to ask you about your findings, on Lord Strongheart's advice. Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice has given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. But when we're done, you must leave immediately. Okay, but first... Dr. Side, would you be good enough to take a look at this? Oh, you think I'm good enough, do you? No, I didn't mean... I'm not good enough. In that case, why would you show me anything? Ugh, clearly you're too good for me to show you anything again, ever. Alright. He's gotta have some to say. Probably on the dead body photo. Nope. Literally nothing to say on anything. Why even let me present? Yeah, actually nothing. I'm so sad. Your findings. So you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from its examination of the scene? The victim, Mr. Odie Osman, who disappeared from the experimentation stage amid an explosion, and Mr. Osman, who appeared moments later partway up the Crystal Tower, were without question one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion. But that can't be right. If it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it was carried out. Two people who looked very similar to each other were involved. They could have made it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they? Very true, but sadly in this instance, that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. Fingerprints at the scene make that quite evident. Ah, fingerprints. They're not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system. But one day, they will be used as an investigative aid as a matter of course. Oh my, but that would mean that the instantaneous kinesis actually took place? So, where does that leave us? The team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions. The instantaneous kinesis is impossible, and yet the body did move from one place to the other. This hasn't cleared anything up at all. It made the whole thing even more of a mystery. Hello? Mama, what is this? Whoa, where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? This is a lawyer, dear. Oh, hello. To meet you. Pleased to meet you. Yes, I'm a defense lawyer. Do you know Mama? Yes. Can I cut this one up? What? Oh my god. I've never seen inside an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like. Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see. Boring. I think I just had a near-death experience. Oh dear, Mr. Naruhodo, you're as pale as a corpse. And let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. Oh my gosh. So, what are you doing at the moment, Doctor? Keeping a close eye on things so no impertinent Easterners think they can look around my office. And there's such impertinent Easterners around? Oh, terrible. Yes, you. She doesn't mince her words, Miss Susato. I think perhaps it's time we left. Love the kind of doctor that'll actually just kill me. So true. Honestly, I respect the grind. Alright, we'll do a little more and then we'll have to call it. Have I not seen everything? No, we already saw he doesn't have anything else to say. What have I not done? This wasn't here yesterday. Really, but if I'm not mistaken, it's the cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed through the air. That's right, the birdcage, according to what Professor Harebrain said in court, is made of wood. Or more precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. In spite of having been an explosion and then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What wonderfully durable construction, wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruto? I understand that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. I suppose they must have brought it back here when they finished their work. But sadly not with the body inside it. Oh, that's right. I know we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still, this is too important piece of evidence to overlook. Might need it for the trial. Okay, that's it. Birdcage from the wooden cage that was used for Professor Harebrain's experiment. This cage, with the victim inside, crashed down into the crystal tower. You'd already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruto? Yes, yesterday, in fact, at Lord Van Zeek's office. I see. And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us. I know. We're going to need to speak to him about that. We're going to have to leave now. The forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems. What sort of problems? Foreign affairs problems. Well, we could do without that. Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Mrs. Sato. Of course. And you know what I think with that? Let's look at this real quick. Look here, Miss Sato. Oh yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little. I suppose it's because it fell from such a height. Yes, from the height at which the balloon was flying down into the crystal tower below. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters, leaving the man inside tragically dead. It crashed down with the victim inside the crystal tower, causing damage to its base. Yes, I think with that I have to say, thank you all so much for watching. I think that's a good overall stopping point. We made some good progress in both the trial and the investigation. And oh, freaking boy. What a freaking trial. But I've still been absolutely loving this game, and I'm intrigued to see just how much deeper this rabbit hole could possibly go. Still have the hostage thing. We have Dr. Scythe, whatever she is. We have the child there who will gladly dissect anyone, living or dead. We have this whole thing with Van Zeek's, you know. And of course, we have to find the engineer behind this whole contraption. But yeah, I'll be live again this Friday, Halloween, with a playthrough of Amnesia, A Machine for Pigs. And of course, this upcoming Saturday, I'll also be live with Deep Rock Galactic, as that's my variety day, and they have their Hawks' Halloween event, so we of course have to do that. And without any, and of course, yeah, I stream this game every single Wednesday. My brain is starting to slip. Oh gosh. The power of a million voices, I think, this stream. But yeah. I'm looking forward to continuing this 1 week from now, because we are gonna be streaming this every Wednesday until it's over. And without any further ado, let's see. Who do we want to read out to? We have a couple potential ones. Hmm. I think I know who you'll stop by and say hi this day. Wait, hold on. Stream might be ending for this person. No, it is not. Okay. Maybe? I gotta make sure. Okay, yeah. Let's rate out to this person. We're gonna be rating out to the one and only Spider-based VTuber who is currently playing Pokemon Legends ZA. If that is something that is up your alley, then now is the perfect time to go say hi and see what's going on. She seems to be playing with a few other people through the Nintendo Switch 2 game chat, so it should be a very fun and chaotic time. Of course, we have the lovely raid messages, both for subs and non-subs. Have a good day, night, morning, evening, dark hour, whenever it may be, and I will see you all again very, very soon. Bye-bye!